Hey, sure. Hey, 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 hey,
Hey, one, two. Hey, one, two. हाँ मैं लेके आया वहाँ से मैं बैटरी चेंज करने के लिए लेके
Hey. Check. One.
And for the other speakers also, we have how many mics? All these five are working?
Hey. Hey. Just two. हाँ हटा इसको लाइव बैलेंस करेंगे ऑलरेडी चार जा चुका है
चार ने दो एमसी को गए कैसे होता है बट वी विल सून नीड ऑल द माइक्स अहेड
Hello. We will be starting our sessions in another 5 minutes. I request everyone to please come inside and be seated.
इसके बाद मेरा सेशन है ना फायरसाइड चैट व्हिच आई विल स्टे हियर ये माइक चल रहा है ये
We will be starting in another 2 minutes. Requesting everyone to please come inside.
चेंज हो जाती है चलो
1 minute है अभी I request everyone to please be seated and put your phones on silent mode. Thank you. Hello?
Put up the music. Requesting everyone to please be seated as we are now starting with our session.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to IvyCap Day 2022. It's a pleasure to see such a cheerful audience. I know many of them are having their breakfast outside, but they'll join us.
Or they're having at their home, Madhuri.
Yes. Yes. So it's a pleasure to meet you all in person after a gap of almost 3 years, though we did meet virtually last year. We would also like to thank all our virtual attendees who are watching us today. We have more than 500 attendees watching us today. So please put on your smiles.
Madhuri, I put on my smile already.
Great.
Hi everyone, I am Mansi, and along with my colleague Madhuri would be your MCs for the event today. And we would walk you through an insightful day of extensive exchange of ideas and information. While most of you are already familiar with IvyCap Day, some of you are attending the event for the first time. Every year, IvyCap Day marks its entire congruence of its ecosystem, where we ideate on notes, exchange ideas, and emerging trends in the VC industry, and have conversations with our portfolio companies and investors.
IvyCap Day has for many years delivered insights into critical trends that shape the future of investment in VC space. The theme for this year is Thunder of Dragons, and we have a power-packed day lined up ahead of us.
So without making you wait any further, let us now welcome the man who doesn't need any introduction and known for his impeccable reputation as a career bureaucrat. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Honorable Chairman, Mr. G.K. Pillai, for the inaugural address, and without whom it would not have been possible for us to be here where we are today. Mr. Pillai is a former Union Home and Commerce Secretary to the Government of India and a distinguished alumnus of IIT Madras. He is presently the chairman of the RoTEP committee appointed by the government. Sir, request you to please come on stage. A huge round of applause, everyone. Once again, please. Thank you.
Dear friends, welcome to IvyCap's Day. I welcome all of you and thank you for taking the time on this weekend to attend our IvyCap's Day. IvyCap's Day has for many years delivered insights into the critical trends shaping the future of investment. Today's theme is the Thunder of Dragons. Dragons are startup investments that return the entire corpus for a fund. IvyCaps is proud to have such a dragon in our midst. For the future, we look forward to a thunder of dragons, a company or a group of companies in a fund's portfolio, with each returning the entire corpus of the fund. Today, as an investment community takes a pause and refocuses attention on sustainable value creation, I would just like to recall certain key features of value creation created by our dragon. These are: 1, the creation of a culture of high performance; understanding customer needs and reinforcing customer support; 3, increasing convenience features for the customer; continuously improve product development; an appropriate pricing strategy and financial analysis; good governance and ethics to form the backbone of governance; using mentors as a multiplier effect; and using technology as a base for all the above. And last but not least, is anticipating likely future scenarios and focusing on meeting the new challenges which come before them. In the sessions to follow, you will meet unicorns and dragons, and perhaps some lambs and goats also, and get a glimpse of the fascinating world of startups and their varied flavors and experiences, highlighting both successes and failures and some elements of mediocrity. In conclusion, I would like to thank our investors for the trust they placed in IvyCaps. In 2011, we were a debutant venture capital fund, but with a unique ecosystem supported by the IIT alumni across the world. I thank the investors for the trust they placed in us, and I am sure that that trust has not been misplaced and the investors would be suitably rewarded. We look forward to many more years of happy partnership with our investors in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind and wonderful words. Madhuri, over to you.
Hello, everyone. It has been more than 10 years of a fantastic journey ever since we started in 2011 with our learnings, achievements, and unforgettable experiences. So let's start our IvyCap Day by getting a glimpse into our decade-old journey, and who better than Mr. Vikram Gupta, founder and managing partner IvyCap Ventures, to orbit us into this wonderful journey of IvyCap. Vikram, request you to please come on stage. In the meantime, how about watching a small video that would give a sneak peek into this inspiring journey of IvyCap?
We are a venture capital fund leveraging the global alumni ecosystem. In the first year itself, we reached to over 75,000 alumni, and we onboarded them through our platform, IvyCap.
We have combined it with some of the finest entrepreneurial talent and alumni expertise to create some of the finest companies in respective domains and deliver great returns for our investors.
We have created a culture and taken the necessary steps to ensure every employee knows how they fulfill the mission, achieve the vision, and take steps to execute the company strategies as part of their daily job.
We at State Bank of India feel proud to be associated with the startup ecosystem. IvyCap actually provides a very unique ecosystem. It has got the fund at its core. So that way it actually nurtures the ecosystem relating to the startups. IvyCap is one of our favorite partners where we are investing, and we are also doing the co-investment with the help of IvyCap.
We started with the passion to create the endowment ecosystem in India.
Since the inception stage of this fund, IvyCap, under the leadership of Vikram Gupta, had a major role in setting up the fund.
What differentiates IvyCap from all other funds around that time is a very unique philosophy. There was this passion to give back to the institutes, to give back to the IITs, the IIMs, and that is what really differentiated the fund from all other funds.
IvyCamp platform, which engages with startups at very early stages, right from the seed stages, to create a very strong deal pipeline.
On our platform, we have over 3,000 curated startups across our engagement models. We work with institutes, investors, alumni, domain experts
To help startups in building, testing, and marketing high potential solutions that we believe will add value in the ecosystem, and also to create a high quality deal pipeline for IvyCap.
We at IvyCap Ventures are again looking to partner with the founders who are solving real problems of the world, whether it is related to healthcare tech, climate tech, or e-commerce.
IvyCap
is an ecosystem in itself. It's not just about the partners. I think there are many functions within IvyCap, and they work towards every company to upgrading them.
Very nicely remember Vikram had once said an idea that Snape, you should probably think of making a personality out of Miko the robot. With that idea, we gave it some thought, and then over a few months later, we tied up with Moonbug. They're making Miko's own web series. So this entire thought process, so it's a constant medium of constructive interactions that we have with both Ashish and Vikram.
So IvyCap joined our board in 2015 when they first invested in us. Since then, they have been a very strong support to Bluestone. They have supported us through very tough times also, for which I appreciate them greatly. So at strategic level also, I would say that IvyCap has added tremendously to Bluestone's success.
As an entrepreneur, you always dream about getting access to a pool of qualified folks. For example, we connected with an artificial intelligence expert based in US while developing some of the algorithms at FTCash. This would not have been possible if we were on our own. So the mentorship program actually helped us enable it, and it's actually pretty cool and awesome.
The mentorship program, which helps give back to the portfolio companies their skills, to the portfolio, understanding their leadership and their ability to bring resources on the table. This has been enormously helpful to the startup ecosystem in which IvyCap has invested in.
Purple in our fund one was actually a dragon, which created more than 1x return fund. And of course, overall returns of the fund were great.
So our association with IvyCap Ventures goes back to 2014. This was our first large institutional check. IvyCap invested 15 crores in our company in 2015 January, and also exited that investment in 2021 for about 330 crores.
We are quite determined to be that dragon company for IvyCap. I think we'll have to make it even more rewarding for all of us.
The way IvyCap works, or at least the way I have realized it, is that along the journey that you sort of transcend with them, they give you the nudges, they give you the pushes. I think the way I look at it, it's akin to picking up rough diamonds, sharpening out the edges so that, well, you try to become shining diamonds.
I believe our performance is largely attributable to our approach, which is based on the alumni platform that fosters passionate engagement with the alumni of the IITs and the IIMs and other top institutions across the country.
We aspire to take IvyCap to the global markets, making it one of the largest and most value-creating venture capital funds around the world, coming from India.
Let's have a big round of applause for all the handsome and beautiful men and women on the screen there. Over to you, Vikram.
Thank you. All right, so thank you so much. I think, first of all, let me thank everyone who are here, taking time on a Saturday to come here personally attend this program. And of course, we have a large number of people actually attending online. So we're experimenting for the first time to do this as a hybrid model. And I think we are quite excited, for this entire day. So thank you so much for that. So there is a reason why we kept the theme of today as Thunder of Dragons. And as Mr. Pillai mentioned this morning, what do we really mean by dragons? And I think we barely started understanding terms like unicorn. And many people asked us, what do you really mean by a dragon? In fact, I myself learned this term only very recently. In fact, one of the other VCs in a panel told me that, you guys have created India's first dragon. And then they explained to me what dragon really means. So it's basically, a company which is actually returns more than 1x return of the entire fund. But I think it doesn't stop there. Actually, it's quite interesting. It's also a mindset. It's actually, also about value and not valuation. I think this is something very important that, as a concept very important to understand. It's about capital efficiency. I think you'll notice that, in fact, across our portfolio, very similar mindset. You know, that's what differentiates us in terms of this whole thought process of thinking about value and not valuation. We've grown over time. This is our 11th year, and as you can see, we are, a big team now. As you can see, almost about 35 people now in the team who actually, recently we had this offsite in Goa, really had lots of fun. And the other interesting thing in our team is that almost 50% of our team is women, actually. So, this is something which, we actually discovered over time that, yes, that's how it was. So that's, we actually feel very good because of that. Very, very happy and proud to say that our board members actually have been there right from day one. Thanks to each one of our board members who actually very passionately, worked like entrepreneurs themselves and really guided us right through this journey. So we wouldn't be here without them. And of course, this is the key leadership team. And of course, Vishal couldn't be here in person. He's joining us online. He's based in San Francisco. Interesting part is that all 5 of us are actually in different geographies. I'm in Mumbai, Ashish is in Singapore, Anju is in Bangalore, Vishal is in the US, and Tej is in Delhi. So I think that's the interesting piece as well. So of course, we feel very proud today with the kind of team we have. All this has led to some very interesting, update of where we are today. So today we've become the largest homegrown venture capital fund in India. We've achieved that, with the support of the investors we have, thanks to our institutional investors, the IIT alumni trust investors, and of course now lots of families now also coming this time in our Fund 3. Today we are AUM of over 4,000 crores with over now 25 Indian institutions as our investors. Of course, the IIT IIM Alumni Trust has been our anchor investor right from day one. And the endowment integration actually we did right from our conceptualization stage itself. The idea of giving back from the profits of the funds created to the educational ecosystem. We started right in the year 2011, an idea that finally led to the formation of India's first endowment fund at IIT Delhi, which again, very passionately supported by the IvyCap team. And following that, we have, of course, quite a few other education institutions in India who've actually now set up their endowment funds of similar lines. And of course, the first of its kind mentorship model. We have actually built a model where a large number of alumni actually dedicated their 1 day minimum a month to actually work with our portfolio companies or support the team at large. And big thanks to them as well to support this model. In fact, the value that gets accrued to the mentor trust actually, interestingly, is also going back as endowment, which is again a big thing, which in fact we've seen recently when we distributed most of this endowment, most of the mentorship value back to the mentors. It actually went back to their alma maters. And of course, something we have started working very passionately is the sustainability at its core. So in fact, we've recently got a Fendoro team on board with Smita at the center of it to make sure that each of our companies that we invest in actually goes through this entire cycle of understanding of sustainable development goals, an ESG framework to make sure that we comply to that. So this is something that we feel really proud of. We aspire to be the most admired and the largest global venture capital fund of India. So that's what we want to do. And I think we are going in that direction. So with all your support and your blessings, I think we are making headway in that direction. So thank you once again. Really appreciate your time this morning and for this day. And thanks to everyone who's watching us live online to really connect with us and really look forward to your support going forward. Thank you so much.
Am I audible? Thank you, Vikram, for taking us through such an inspiring and wonderful journey of IvyCap. Our first fireside chat, Transitions and Value Creation, is between two of the most renowned industry veterans, known for making some of the most remarkable contributions to their respective fields. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. K.V. Kamath, the veteran banker and the man known to have reshaped the Indian banking industry and a Padma Bhushan awardee. Mr. Kamath is presently the chairman of the National Bank for Infrastructure Development and has held prestigious positions with some of the most coveted financial institutions in his previous roles. The session will be moderated by Mr. Pradeep Gupta, Chairman and Managing Director of Cyber Media Group and founder of Indian Angel Network. He currently chairs the IIT Alumni Trust, the anchor investor and sponsor of IvyCap Ventures. So everyone, a big round of applause for both Mr. Kamath and Mr. Gupta. So I request you to please come on stage. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. Over to you, Pradeep, sir.
Mr. Kamath, it is a real pleasure for me to have this fireside chat with you. One memory which is deeply engrossed in my mind is way back in 2005. I don't think you would even remember about this, but in 2005, I was the chair of Pan IIT. We did a program here in Bombay, and ICICI was one of the sponsors. And there was a dinner in which there were about 200 IITians who had come, and you with your top leadership team stood at the entrance and greeted each and every person and shook hands with each and every person. I mean, that was something that was really fantastic. I know of very little amount of sponsors who would ever do that kind of a thing. But it's, an absolute sign of, and a great round of applause. Vikram talked about the thunder of dragons. So I think that is what let's start with. And he said that the difference between value and valuation. So my first question to you is that what really is it that we are talking about when we talk of value or valuation? Is it just, are we talking of speculative? Are we talking about value creation? What really is the way you, and as a former banker, look at it?
This is a good question to start the day, because this phrase has been in my mind, and I have elsewhere started speaking about this. The dichotomy of value and valuation, where whatever I have seen of young startups across Ivy Capital, I might not have seen many, but the fintech world discussed, engaged with them. Every single enterprise that I have looked at has created value in what they have done. The platform, the business, the idea, all these things are in place. The challenge is, and I'll come to cash flow in a minute, because the path is you create value in the platform, the business, then you create cash flows, and then you get a valuation. I think somewhere in a financial context, as a banker, I see that here there has been an attempt at times by some, I would say, pools for private money, I'm certainly not saying all pools of money, to push that value to a valuation stage in too short a time without actually going through an intermediate stage of having either cash flow positive or line of sight to cash flow positivity. I would think the two are, one of the two is required, or a continuum where you're going to reach there before you then get to the valuation, then you take to the public market. Because if you don't do that, I see it is not just a value loss to that enterprise, and of course the investors in that enterprise, but it is a value loss or an opportunity loss to others who would have come into the market or had an opportunity to come to the market, because you're now creating an environment of distrust. So to me, what you have put in, probably the first time I'm seeing a firm put this up. I've seen that they're trying to probably not talk about this, but putting it up there, right up there, I think is to your credit, and I must compliment you on this.
So a round of applause for the IvyCap team for doing that. And you're right, sir, this entire thing has been actually reversed, that you first create valuation and then cash flow is coming right at the end. But I think it is important to sort of, look at the right ingredients for that valuation. Mr. Kamath, now that you are heading NABFID, what are some of the startup opportunities that are likely to be there around the huge things that NABFID would be doing? Is it essentially a big boys play, or is there some opportunity for startups?
Let me just put a larger growth opportunity in context and try to paint where NABFID comes in, and the answer will follow. See, clearly the opportunity in India is a 25-year runway. The 25-year runway, why do I say that? You need to benchmark always in life, keep benchmarking. And I used to keep benchmarking with China going back to the time I got back from my Asian Development Bank assignment in '96. At that time, actually, we were on par. We were not behind. And then by 2004, 2005, we were 4 or 5 years behind. By 2008, 2009, we were 8 years behind. And then somewhere in the next 5, 6, 7 years, we fell way behind. And now I would think we are between 15 and 25 years behind, depending on how you look at it and how fast you want to go. I would personally like to believe that we are about 15 years behind, but we can catch up if we grow at 10 and China grows at a slower rate. Not catch up in terms of their GDP and our GDP, but where they are today. But key point here is opportunity, and I'll come to that, and that's where the ecosystem comes in. But there are 4 drivers to this opportunity. One, I think, is infrastructure, as in water and everything related to water. Because that was what was gotten right by China first. And that meets your agriculture needs, that is food. Then it meets your protein needs. So animal husbandry and agriculture is taken care of. The next big driver of growth was infrastructure. Infrastructure, not only the act of investing in infrastructure creates employment and economic momentum, then the fruits of infrastructure also create virtually a perpetual flow of, I would say, growth that will happen. So infrastructure is the key, and that's where we come in a way. And it's pervasive infrastructure in every single area of activity. You then have, classically manufacturing, which rides on that infrastructure, and we have seen China. That's happening in India now, possibly driven by domestic India, where you have a 3.5 trillion marketplace, and that itself will become, again, a source of opportunity for a lot of things that your investee companies are doing. Of course, that also brings in services. And the final piece, in any which way you look at the companies that you have in a portfolio, we will have to say that they are players who leverage digital technology. They are businesses in their own right, but they all leverage digital technology. So there is a technology piece which is, I would say, embedded in them. Now, these are the drivers of the future. Now, painting this in a little bit detail, because infrastructure that NABFID is looking at is one wedge in this piece. And I think without that wedge, a whole lot could fall. Now, typically when you talk infrastructure, you think in terms of roads, bridges, highways, ports, rail, high-speed rail, maybe bullet train, airports, and so on, power et al. But there are many other aspects of infrastructure that is required. And one key that all of you require is digital infrastructure. Now, luckily for us in India, digital infrastructure has been rolled out by private sector. And again, luckily for India, and probably with the well thought out this infrastructure is cheap, is accessible, and it's pervasive. And we probably are, again, just in time in terms of 5G. So we are coming, in a way, we are blossoming at a time when technology is ripe and technology is accessible. So just imagine, if we were trying to do this when China did this 8-10 years back, the cost of technology would have been probably 3x. So it could have been prohibitive, and it would not, as a result, have been as usable or reachable to the mass in India. So I'm just painting an ecosystem which will thrive on basic infrastructure, whether it is water, hard infrastructure, digital infrastructure, manufacturing piece, services that come out of that piece, and the new digital economy. Because the new digital economy is a large driver of services, a large employer of services. I don't think this is actually captured so far in the public domain as to what value these companies here are bringing to what I call the service ecosystem in the country. Just to put in context, when going back 20 years or 25 years, it now looks history. And all of you, I think the founders were in this area, the IT business. When you talk of IT, we used to say that every white-collar job created in the IT business created 5 to 6 other jobs, linked jobs. It could be you employed somebody at home, you employed a driver, somebody came and cleaned your car, somebody supplied you some tea, part jobs, not necessarily full jobs, but 6 jobs. I think the same thing is happening in this ecosystem. Let us say each of these companies are employing 10. I'm sure it's more than 10. And last I talked to Mohandas Pai, he said there are 75,000 startups and maybe 10 to 15,000 every year, could be more. And each one is employing between 10 and 20 people. Now that takes a number well over 1 million. And if there are 6 to 7 linked jobs, you're talking of 7 million employment. They're just linked jobs. Then the services ecosystem this has created, nobody has tried to assess what are the number of jobs created there. So for example, if you have a delivery platform, some of these, how many linked jobs have they created, or related jobs, not linked jobs, in the actual delivery business? I have not seen a count brought out by economists. So what I'm trying to say is that the ecosystem that is being created here is much wider than what is visible. And the opportunity that is there doesn't necessarily come from a NAPFIT being there, but the whole, I would say, the value creation that is possible out of having infrastructure. I think that's government's idea. But primary idea in pushing an infrastructure bank was that at this stage, commercial banks are able to fund definitely retail and shorter dated money for manufacturing. But if you require 15, 20, 25, 30-year money, that money is not available with commercial banks because they take in current and savings accounts which are virtually on call. And they take fixed deposits 1, 2, and 3, let's say 1.5 years is the average maturity. So their average maturity is about 1 year. And if you have to lend for 15 years, 20 years, you have a mismatch. That is why this bank was created. And I would think that it becomes the provider of funding for infrastructure. The rest of it gets on.
Yeah. So you know, a number of secondary opportunities. It would be a good idea to perhaps, run some challenges of what kind of technology opportunities for infrastructure sector can be there. IvyCap, I'm sure, would be glad to participate in that kind of a thing. I just want to refer to one of the pictures which was there about the team, and you saw the number of women which were there in the IvyCap team. You were the first person who sort of broke the entire glass ceiling in the organization. You nurtured number of women leaders. So, while on the team side, yes, there are changes that have happened, but in terms of the startup ecosystem, for instance, about 10 or 15% of our portfolio companies would have women founders. What do you think can be proactive steps that can be done so that there are more women entrepreneurs created?
When it happened in ICICI and today, I think today we are in a much better position. The reason I'm saying is, if you look at the intake pool that was there in, say, 80s and 90s, you take an IIM or an IIT, how many women were there in your class? In my class at IIM, in my engineering class, there were none. My class at IIM, probably 2% or 3% were women. I think from there you now come to a situation where you've got probably 35% women in STEM courses. I would think today it is not just women from STEM courses, but women from any background. Could be talent for either founding or for working in an enterprise such as what we see around us. So that barrier of not having a pool, I think, is no longer there. So that point number one. Point number two, what is then required? I think what we found is we need to put away biases. I won't make it a long lecture. That biases that come in at three places which we had to neutralize even then. A bias at recruitment stage which says that this job only a man can do. And once a person is in the job, to say that this particular position and this way only a man can do. So for example, we were running the bank branch 2 shifts in 2002, 8 to 2 and 2 to 8. And the point was that after 5 o'clock, women should not be working. So you put this in up front, you have a problem. But you say that's not a problem, but equal opportunity. And we find women had no challenge. It was men who had a perception issue that women can't do this job. So you neutralize this out of the organization immediately. The pool of people who then could rise up increases because they now had equal opportunity. The third place where I see bias that could have come in is opportunity. Next, that is promotion, opportunities, and so on. So you neutralize that. I think the pool then keeps growing on merit, and you will find balance. There should be no imbalance at all. In those days, because the input pool was not deep enough, that is only 5-10% of total pool was women, but now that pool is bigger. It should be much easier to do it. And I compliment Ivy League for having a near equal number of women. It clearly indicates that your processes are absolutely right.
Thank you very much for that. You talked about digital infrastructure. And yes, indeed, that is the new face of India, the success that we have had with UPI and so on. So once again, what are the challenges and what are the opportunities that you see as we head in the next 5 years towards the 5 trillion mark and perhaps the 10 trillion mark by 15 years and by 25 years, the 25 trillion dream that we have?
Yeah, I think...
I know it's a very huge landscape, but I'm sure if somebody can do justice to this question, you can.
We'll try to paint it. I want to talk of technology in two contexts. One is in the digitech and the fintech space, and a little bit on infrastructure and what we have not seen and how to use it. And I will give 2 examples of how far technology moves and how quickly. It's a very interesting situation. 2018, when I was looking at BRICS Bank, the budget items, I saw a line item, attendance marking system. The item was $250,000. So I called the admin guy and the tech guy and said, look, I'm not going to sign off on this. We are now logging in on the machine, that will do for us. And I sent them back. In any case, we were moving to a new building in 2 years. Shanghai government was building for it. And I said, if you want it, we will see, we'll ask them. I sent them off. Next year, again, I see a line item, attendance marking system. But the number has changed from $250,000 to $15,000. So I thought somebody is trying to pull a fast one on me. 1 0 is not there. So I called them again. I said, what are you guys trying? No, he says, no, the number is 15,000. So I said, now sit down. Tell me how. I may or may not approve it, but tell me how. He said, this is a different system. He says, what's different? This is an Alibaba system. So I said, okay, now I'm even more interested. Explain. He says, this is nothing. There is a slate at where you are coming into the lift and 4 or 5 slates on each floor. And everything is back-ended to the cloud at Alibaba. And Mr. Kamath, we can tell you what time you came in, what time you got out of your seat, went to the loo, what time you came back, what time you went for lunch, in real-time basis. So for, of course, all employees. I said, that's very good, but I still don't need it because we are going to a new building. But you watch, what I'm trying to say is the education to me was how technology could leapfrog from what we are typically used to as attendance loggers into a virtually, you don't even know that you are being logged. And at each stage, you are tracked and you have data. One use. Another use of technology in terms of something which is very prevalent today. Luckily, in our case, not so. In our case, there is flooding, but in the West, you have got forest fires. So I went to Alibaba a little later just to see what all was happening. I spent a day. So one of the things they demonstrated was very interesting. They said, we have a solution for forest fires, and it's a completely tech-driven solution. So what do we do? Of course, the area, whatever it is, 10 square miles or 10 square, is mapped into a grid. And we have a drone go out and drop a heat sensing chip into each of the grid patterns. The grid could be 1 meter by 1 meter, 10 meter by 10 meter, you decide what it is. But we have a drone which will geo-position that chip into that grid. This is now, we are not yet on fire. This is when things are fine. Now when there is a fire in a particular spot, we exactly know which grid it is because the heat sensor is sending us this. Now we again send a drone with whatever is required to douse it, whether it's a chemical or water, and it is doused. So before there's a conflagration, you actually address the issue. So to me, an integration of a problem, an ecological problem in this case, infrastructure problem in this case, well solved by technology. And again, if you look at in China, every single bridge, every single tunnel, the amount of technology that has gone in, modern technology, which didn't exist, say, 5-10 years, in terms of sensors and things like that, is amazing. So there is a whole lot of opportunity in businesses also using technology. Of course, one other example they told me about the heat sensing chip is, it's used in a manufacturing facility or a chemical facility to sense whether there is excess heat generated at any point and immediately send a signal. So it's a plant, you can go and see it, or have ways in which you could address it. So I think there is a whole lot of transition that can happen from what is technologically available to application of it in a real sense. And that itself is an opportunity as we go along. That's one part of it. In the fintech space, I think is where the most disruption will happen. Now, and this is where, my view, coming as a banker, is a little bit of patience is required in this continuum of value and valuation. Value creation in your platform, you're done. You are impatient to create valuation, you will hurt yourself. So give it a little time and it will happen. So let me explain. Now, if you look at today's banking platforms, they are legacy. I used to say in 1998 that global banks have legacy platforms. We are using current state-of-the-art platforms. Now, I laugh and say that I had no choice but to use current platforms those days. I could not afford the mainframes that were there in those days. But a lot has happened since then. But Indian banks are still primarily using technologies that came out during that point of time. I know if you want to be visual about it, this is something like a Sun microsystem box. And things around it is what is being used today. From the mainframe, you went there. But you are not really thereafter. And then came the website. So that's about what you are using. You're still not basically got the mindset of an app that is current and modern, which can disrupt your own business and provide enormous value to your customer. The bank does not have it. But the people here have it. And this is where I say is the opportunity. But a startup tries to leapfrog into a valuation game, it could get crushed because the market will see that still not in a positive stage, you now need money, you won't get that money. And whatever shoots of opportunity you have to grow gets crushed. But the idea that you have and that you are a disruptor is a given. Have a little bit of patience, maybe some partnerships and so on. Also, if I have to give some advice from what I have observed, look where the weak point is and enter from that area. So in the financial service business, I found, for example, that online broking probably was the easiest way to enter, where the barriers to entry were very low. Regulator had given vast degrees of freedom. And you have somebody like Zerodha come in and virtually within the first year of the COVID lockdown, become the market leader. And a low-cost platform, He has bootstrapped himself and funded the company. Good for him. Runs a cash flow positive company. It is a good model to understand for others. Not saying please get into that business, but how business was run. And then he is a disruptor, because I think he has disrupted, Zerodha has disrupted all incumbents who were there maybe for last 10, 15, 20, 25 years. Same thing I think is about to happen or will happen in one way or the other in the asset management company, asset management business. I won't go on, but there is opportunity everywhere, and these are entire businesses. And within those businesses, a part of the business is where there is further opportunity and probably great value addition. And in this, since you already have developed things, companies who are here and in the similar ecosystem, I think there's a great opportunity to partner. And where I would think that could go on about it is to actually proactively seek partnerships. Don't wait for the incumbent to come to you. Proactively seek partnerships. In what way, how, you can figure it out. But I think both parties need each other, because the incumbent system is otherwise going to be under threat. Having said that, incumbents today, particularly in financial services business, have a huge regulatory shelter. So given that, partnerships become even more important. Because if we wait to say that I'm going to steamroll the large incumbent banks, that may or may not happen, because the regulator will provide, and the regulator will say, you then abide by the discipline of the banking sector or the insurance sector or whichever sector, which can be harsh for a startup, because you are used to doing things in a nimble way, agile way, and so on, which probably the discipline requirements there are, the partnership is the right way. So value, certainly you have created, you have to monetize that value into a valuation, first get to be cash flow positive. And if you are in the financial services business, I would think looking for partnerships is a good way. The other side also has to look for partnerships, so there is no choice. So I would think that's the way to go. And I'm sure what I've talked about the financial services business, in one way or the other applies in other areas also. And because you are the best judges of that, I do not have experience or expertise in that, but where you are probably, you have it much easier is that where there is no regulatory oversight. In those areas, you are the competitor and you are at the boundary. You can do what you want, which the incumbent cannot do. And you can proceed at great speed.
And in that 25 trillion journey, do you also see a much bigger global role being played by the startups of today? You know, UPI, for instance, is now going to be used by several countries want that. Tomorrow we'll have a health infrastructure and so on. So would that 100% form a sizable chunk of that 25 trillion dream?
I think very, very interesting point. In fact, it has to happen. The first round, we provided software solutions. So we were, called names like workshop and that and this and so on. Fine. And then we were in a way taunted, why aren't the big things coming from India and so on. That's also fine. And now we see this coming in a stream. We won't go into why it didn't happen in the past. My answer is very simple. It didn't happen in the past because we did not have a large enough economy to absorb these things. And we did not have the legs to go out there and market these things. So we won't talk about that. But now the situation is different. We have an economy which will grow at 10%, and I'll come to that in a moment, and can absorb, and can absorb in a massive way, like UPI. The ability to absorb 1.4 billion people absorbing online payments. Today, you just talk to your own friends in the US. What is your comparable platform to UPI? None. Of course, Europe, way behind. It's only when you come to China that you have comparable system. And nowhere else is this there. So I'm not just talking about UPI, the whole ecosystem around that. One. Second is the low-cost ecosystem around that. In the West, even if you have it, cost will be very high, whereas we have disrupted cost. So we have not only disrupted the platform which somebody else was using, we have disrupted cost. So it is scalable now in India, it is scalable across the world. And that's why it will go across the world. If something else was needed, the events today, where blocks have been created and suddenly you have the fear or a threat of sanctions, makes it even more incumbent that you have your own platforms which run, and which are running seamlessly. 1.4 billion people are using it, so why cannot it be taken and extended to countries? And you have got like-minded partners. You've got, in this, China is like-minded, Russia is like-minded, Brazil is like-minded, South Africa is like-minded. So basically you have got your BRICS nations which are like-minded, and I'm sure all players in Southeast Asia are like-minded. Nobody wants to be basically dependent on a SWIFT in this case, which is to me an obsolete technology compared to UPI. So UPI is just an example, but almost everything that we do, given the cost at which we do, is today a scalable and replicable model in any third country. Probably the challenge is that when they take it there, if they have a burn, are they able to take that burn and how long? And those you are the experts. But that's why I'm saying that if they can be cash flow positive here, and at that time think of going global, I think you come to a different equation. So absolutely it's going to happen.
Let me also address another, the theme is Thunder of Dragons, so let me address the other dragon, the big elephant in the room, the dragon. So geopolitically today there is huge competition as far as China is concerned. Now, what should be India's strategy and in terms of should we be competing, should we be collaborating, should we be boycotting? So what would work out best for the growth of economy, especially for the startup ecosystem?
See, my view, having stayed 5 years in China, is very simple. Their interest is economic, primarily. There are other things that are happening which I won't go into, but those are also ideological issues. So whether it's the border, territory, those are ideological issues. But what I have seen at close quarters is they want to separate the two issues. And they want to look at the economic context in their interest. I think we, of course, also need to look at the economic context in our interest while addressing whatever are the other issues in the way which we think is right. So we need to find that balance to address both and not say that I'm going to shut this off and I'm going to only concentrate on the other. And I found that in China exactly, very clearly during when Doklam happened and we had a problem. They were very clear. They kept the two issues separate. And they kept the situation in the country very cool. There was no excitement about what was happening in Doklam because they wanted the economic agenda to go on. So it was very clear to me that they are playing this on two different levels. Now, as long as it suits us and there is value for us, we should look at it. But we should recognize that we are a large consumer of anything that we do. And if we produce, we can produce anything at an equally competitive cost to what they are doing because we have a large consuming base. And today that consuming base can afford whatever we have to buy. So scale is no longer a problem in India. At 3.5 trillion going to 4 trillion, I think scale is not a problem for anything. And Indian companies will produce for India and for the globe. And I think the government has now realized what are our weaknesses. So for example, chip probably could be the only area where we need to be sure that we make our supply lines are unimpaired and preferably we have our own technology and set up our own capacity. And almost everything else, I think we have access locally or we can get it. Because the other problem could have been energy, not just green energy, but energy. But there again, in the last few years, we have brought down the cost of, let's say, solar so dramatically that it becomes today the energy source of choice. Because it's cheaper than fossil for India. So we don't need to we don't need to have a transition path. We are already on the transition path. And if green hydrogen grows as is envisaged, I think we're a short stage away from, meeting our energy needs and in a green manner. So, given the size that we have and the fact that we have a lot of things to invest in, opportunity and scope is always going to be there. And third countries will look at us with a great degree of interest as an opportunity for them to do business. And we should leverage that fully. And that includes China. And of course, current events that have happened, China +1 or whatever you call it, we will ride that. But to me, India itself is the biggest opportunity that we could ride on.
When you talk about China and you talked about technology as a key determinator, they can spend more. We still are not able to do the same kind of investment in technology as China is doing, 5G being a classic example where I think they were able to do much more in terms of technology and standards and so on as compared to what India was able to do. And even today, the cost advantage of creating cheap products is still resting with China. So in that kind of a scenario, how do you think we can tackle these issues?
See, I will come to it from a different end. Let's take this ecosystem we have in front of us. This ecosystem doesn't have a cost challenge with China, as I can see. Things that you do, you are on par with China and probably cheaper than China in a lot of ways. There's a lot of cutting edge happening there in AI and stuff which we need to get on. But these are all matters of grey cells rather than of hard equipment necessarily. So in today's transformative digital world, I think there is no disadvantage. In financial services, there is no disadvantage because frankly, in terms of use of technology, our incumbent banks are better placed than China. And our ecosystem that is there, the digital ecosystem that is there, quickly caught up during the last 3-4 years. Again, thanks to most of people here and similar-minded people. So we have neutralized it. Infrastructure today, I think rolling out, the costs are also coming on par. What we lack in, and we acutely lack in, is speed. Because of various things, our rollout of infrastructure is not happening. I think it is now happening in, for example, in the road sector. But other places it is not happening. It is happening in the telecommunication infrastructure rollout. Their costs can come down further, but despite that, we are the lowest cost data provider in the world. So we have addressed it. So the residual part is only the manufacturing bit. And my view is that when a scale kicks in, we will be on par. So I would think, honestly, if you look at today, Maruti as a manufacturer would be one of the cheapest cost manufacturers in the world, like to like, if you go by CC or size or dimensions, compared to even China. Because if you remove distortions caused by subsidies, then everything is equal. Now, the last point there here, which is again not understood, that China is a very interesting blend of subsidies, I would say camouflaging things which are rolled over. So a subsidy given in 2009 to the time of Lehman collapse to support people to buy things so that your factories kept working has still not been repaid. It's now, 2018, it had been rolled over 3 times. I don't know after that what happened in 21. So they kept rolling over the debt. So they manage these things in an interesting way, which we may not want to do. And it cannot endure too long. But it endured when you could grow at 10% plus. At 4% growth, that is where you see Evergrande happen, this cooperative bank has shut down, that has shut down, and so on and so forth. So this challenge is there as in China.
So thank you very much for that. One last question and a quick comment from you. What is your advice to IvyCap? So a quick 1 minute on that.
I think I don't even need 1 minute on that. I would just say that think of your runway as 25 years, and you are looking at an economy which is going for in those 25 years to 25 trillion. So you keep in your mind 25 trillion in 25 years, everything will fall in place. And the arithmetic of it, all I think have a strong quantitative background. You can compound it yourself. If you compound at 9%, money will double it will double every 8 years. And we are at 3.5 trillion now. Do the compounding and you'll see we are at 25 trillion economy. So all good wishes to you.
With that, thank you very much and a huge round of applause to Mr. Kamath, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful conversation. And as you rightly said, if you rush to create value, you will hurt yourself. Patience and perseverance are the name of the game. May I request Sonia to please hand over the token of appreciation. Sir, requested to please come on. And can we also have a photograph, please? A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Just to remind our audiences, please feel free to post event feeds on our social media using our hashtag IvyCapDay.
Our next fireside chat is on building global businesses. And it's with someone who is a global icon and known for building one of the greatest brands in the world, Victoria's Secret. Her influence reached far beyond the glossy walls of Victoria's Secret stores or even the glossier paper of its catalogs. As the woman at the head of a brand that moved seamlessly between high fashion, commerce, and pop culture, she became something of a seer in an industry defined by change. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Sharon Jester Turney, former president and CEO of Gloria Jeans Russia, Victoria's Secret, and Neiman Marcus Direct, who is joining us from Texas to be a part of IvyCap Day. We cannot thank her enough for joining us today. Her enthusiasm is truly infectious. Mr. Vikram Gupta would be conducting this fiery chat for us. Vikram, can we have you on the stage? We also have a very young and charming girl, Ms. Ayushi Gupta, who would help Vikram conduct this chat. She is the co-founder of Graikia and product manager at Microsoft. She graduated from USC in computer science and business administration and raised an angel round as a student entrepreneur from the University of Illinois Endowment Fund. Please have a big round of applause for our next fireside chat.
Thank you, Madhuri. I know that Sharon is waiting online. Can we have her on the screen, please? Sharon, oh, hi Sharon. Can you hear me, Sharon? Okay, we can't hear her, so can you make sure that we can hear her? Sharon, can you hear me? Oh, yes, I can hear you now. Thank you so much. Great. Okay, so I'll let Ayushi start first and then maybe I'll ask a few questions later.
Hi, Sharon. It is truly an honor. Thank you so much for your time. I know it's quite late in Texas, a little over 11:30 p.m., so thank you so much for being here today. I'm a huge fan, and you are such an inspiration. You have really taken Victoria's Secret to new heights during your leadership. I'm sure we would all love to hear about your journey and how you built Victoria's Secret.
Thank you so much, and what a pleasure it is to be here with you all. And I'm hoping everyone is having a great day. When I think about, building a global brand, there's 5 characteristics for me that come to mind. And this is for anyone building a global brand. I think the first thing is that you want to have the same positioning worldwide. You don't want to create a brand for this country or this country. You really want to have one worldwide positioning. And this will really provide for you a combination of functional product quality as well as innovative with emotional appeal. The second thing that you have to think about in building a worldwide brand is you have to think about really translate. And when you start to try to be clever with your brand or product, sometimes was rotten. Now, who wants to associate cheese and rotten together? The second thing I think about is that really focusing on more of a singular categories, if you want lingerie, focusing on lingerie and not necessarily apparel and other things that go along. Because if you focus, you can really be a category killer. It also enables you to really streamline your supply base, and it gives you an opportunity to really go in and truly understand places where they're selling that product, whether it's specialty, online. So these will be a great opportunity. The third thing is it allows you to access to the global community. So the people buy from you, and consumers buying the brand, it really equals membership into a global community. The fourth thing is social responsibility. Most people think today, consumers think, corporations think that these global brands really should lead the way in terms of social responsibility. The whole ESG is becoming more and more important, and especially in the U.S. now, all corporations are having to report on that. And part of that ESG is security, part of it is sustainability, part of it is employment practices. No one's figured it out all of it yet, but the most important thing is to just get started. The fifth thing is to find good partners. And when I'm talking about partnerships, you need great attorneys to protect your intellectual property, your patents, and your trademarks. You really need to find trade representatives in the market that come highly recommended from people that you do know. And I think you have to really understand the political landscape of what's happening. And if you're going to license or if you're going to franchise, you need to make sure that you have these type controls. And so with launching Victoria's Secret, we were able to do a lot of that. Things continue to change. New challenges came out every day. Every year, different skill sets, because if you think about just what happened when the iPhone launched, and now we're going to cryptocurrency. So things are constantly evolving. And you want to make sure that your product is well packaged in a brand positioning that when it reaches the customer, that everyone is going to remember it. And great brands have to hire great people, and you have to constantly be on the look for what that next talented generation is. You've got to have partnerships within the supply base. And one of the things you have to do as well is think about editing your assortments. When is too much, and when is too little, not enough.
Thank you so much for sharing those 5 principles and some really great examples. That was amazing. So, as a young woman entrepreneur, I would love to hear from you, a widely renowned female in corporate or woman in corporate. What advice do you have for young women entrepreneurs and young women in business today?
Well, I think first of all, you have to think of yourself as a brand. And as you acquire the knowledge and you acquire experience, because as you go to interview or present yourself, you really have to think about a brand and how you're positioning that. The other thing that when I think about women in business today too, is that you really have to follow your curiosity. And you can change. For example, you may study one thing, get out in the real world and find out, oh, that's not what I want to do. It's okay to change, as long as you follow your curiosity and follow your passion. You have a right to set boundaries in terms of how people talk to you, how people interact with you. The other thing about setting the boundaries too, you're not the person who goes get the coffee, you're not the person who does all the copying. You really have to do and set the boundaries in terms of how you want to interact with each other. The other thing is you need a voice. Don't be shy in terms of sharing your opinion. A lot of people kind of say, I'll just sit back, and that's not what you need to do. You really need to have confidence in yourself. You really need to put yourself forward. You need to be a student of and be able to get credit for what you have accomplished. And sometimes, women feel a little bit more different than men do, but don't be shy about it. And as you're sharing your voice, if someone's talking over you, just wait, let them finish, and then bring up your points again. You really need to think about how you're building a network and really using it, because you're going to meet many people along the way. Maybe a professor, it may be an ex-colleague, and really keep that network alive, because you can always learn something from them, and you never know when they will present to you a career opportunity. I think also feedback is a gift. And women need to be asking for feedback. Sometimes it's not what you want to do. Sometimes it can be hard. But if you are willing to ask for feedback and really work on that and learn from that, that will actually help you go faster within your career. You need to be compassionate for about people. And, that is always going to pay you back when you do that. And I think that most of all, you want to exceed everyone's expectations. And don't seek for perfection. You're never going to, perfection, is never going to happen. And don't overstudy everything, because sometimes you need to get enough information to make a decision so people can see you as a leader and not a follower.
Those are some amazing words of advice. Sharon, thank you. I know I've been in some of those situations myself, and so I'll definitely be using that in future conversations. So I remember when I was starting a company in the US, I realized that there was immense potential to go global. In today's generation, youngsters are itching to get into the world of entrepreneurship, and I would love to hear your thoughts on how US-based startups could go global, especially in countries like India today.
Well, when I think about, let's talk about India for a second. I think it is, number one of the largest populations today. I think it has a country that has great opportunity. And when you think about people that in these big brands, India hadn't been their first choice. But I promise you, between now and the next 5 years, I think you're going to see more US-based companies, both young brands as well as established brands, moving into India. And when you think about the rapid urbanization of India and what's happening, I think what's going to be tough for more so for some of the brands in India than they are going to be in the US is most of these global brands already have a track record around the globe. And so as they enter India, they're going to know how to study the customer, how to study the region. They've already made a lot of mistakes. They're going to have a sophisticated supply base that will be able to help them to establish themselves into India. And so I think that you're going to see more of this happen. And in fact, I think today you might have seen Victoria's Secret open its first store in Mumbai and have 2 more coming up. It's just serendipitous that happened today. But it's not only the U.S. brands. It's like the H&Ms of the world and the Zaras of the world. Because if you just start in one location, you can start online, but it's very difficult, and with the intensity of capital that it takes, and then you obviously never want to run out of money. But you have seen some successes with these, with young entrepreneurs who've gone in with the online-only business and have really started to see the kind of growth that they want. But I think the established brands are going to probably have an easier time of it if we're talking about the retail sector.
That's great. Thank you.
That's, first of all, again, Sharon, I know that's getting close to midnight for you. And I've actually been in calls with you when it was like 3 a.m. your time, and I've seen the same level of energy, which I'm seeing right now. So thank you so much for that. And you've been a great mentor for us, and you've actually advised our companies especially Clovia. In fact, I know I can see Neha Khan sitting here. Would love to hear your thoughts about how's been your experience being a mentor to Clovia, and you've been very active as a mentor with IvyCap. So would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, first of all, the Columbia team has just been fantastic. What a great management team, innovative, thinking about technology. And Columbia had already been successful in the direct-to-consumer consumer business. And when you think about technology, the platforms, the data that they were able to capture to really understand the customer, it's no wonder that Reliance Retail just made a big investment, and I know that we're going to see great things from Kodak. The other piece about being a mentor is this, is that really trying to understand what the challenges are, and then also build upon your experiences. And I bet everyone in the room, if you thought about it, you will think of people who have made a big difference in your life. And with that, that is really what a mentor is. And I applaud for bringing great professionals from different sectors of all business together to learn and to share their knowledge. And it's been amazing in terms of how I might have thought about something, but maybe somebody from the banking, the technology world, how they thought about it. And I think about the opportunity that is even ahead of Ivy Capital by even saying, hey, let's bring not just one mentor, but a few mentors together from different areas of business to really go in and solve problems for one of their companies. So I think it's great. I applaud it. I mean, knowledge is powerful. And I have never met a great leader who wasn't a teacher. And when you think about mentorship, that's what it is about. It's about teaching. And also, great leaders are also learners.
Awesome. No, and I think, our mentorship model itself, I think since you've been part of that, would love to hear your thoughts on our mentorship model in general, because you've been part of our other mentoring sessions as well. So any thoughts on that or any advice on that?
You know, just like I said, I think that it has been really outstanding in terms of what we learned from all the different sectors. And I think that really now it's not only the mentors learning from each other, but how we really take that capsule of knowledge to really propel the businesses even further, faster. And it is always great to get outside perspective, because what mentorship really does too, and this is what I have really noticed with the mentorship program, is it helps you really get a balcony view. Get out of, kind of just the norm of what's going on, which is nothing normal about it, and really get that balcony view.
Amazing. Of course, you know the consumer businesses very well, having built such a powerful business globally. And quite a few entrepreneurs from India who are building consumer businesses. Of course, they see a huge market in India itself, with 1.4 billion population. And many of them have aspirations to go global. What is your advice to such entrepreneurs who are actually thinking of going global?
Well, I think first of all is that what you want to do is that you have a concept, right? Everybody starts with an idea. And that you really need to get that proof of concept. And then behind that, you really need to have a business strategy that says, listen, in 5 years, 10 years, we'll turn a profit. This is how we're going to do it. This is the investment that we're going to need to make. Because a lot of entrepreneurs, as they're trying to enter either new countries or new businesses, is that they fail because they don't have the right business strategy, they don't have the right management behind and then they don't get the investments that they need. And it's amazing for, like, in the United States, just last year there was like 440,000 startups, and that is a lot. And when you think about that, 9 out of 10 don't succeed. And so really being a student of, well, what did they do? And most of the time, it's lack of strategy, lack of talent, and lack of money. And also, when you look at some of, like, for example, in the U.S., when you think about it in terms of Silicon Valley, 13.5% of all innovation comes out of Silicon Valley. So having that innovation and staying up with the times and making sure that when you are advertising or marketing or on social media, that you are really reaching the customers and that they're not trying to have to find you. You go out and tell your story.
No, that's great. I think totally agree with you. In fact, we are seeing quite a few companies, even in our own portfolio, who are actually doing very well in India, but they also have global aspirations, and I think they have a lot to learn from your experience, Sharon. You also mentioned earlier, Sharon, about being sustainable, and I think that's a challenge that we are seeing now. Lots of entrepreneurs trying to really balance things when it comes to sustainability, ESG, SDG. It was quite interesting to hear when you said earlier, that you have to also be sustainable. I would love to hear your thoughts in terms of how do entrepreneurs keep that balance as they look for growth?
Well, and it's interesting because sustainability today is such an overused word and it's such a broad spectrum of things. And so when you think about, if you said, okay, I'm going to do some sustainable product, and if it's truly sustainable, then it's all, grown without any pesticides, the fabrics, etc. I think that the best advice too is to say, what does sustainable mean to you? Where do you want to start? And then get started. Because if you just talk about it, you're never going to get started for sustainability. And then when you think about all of the innovation, like I just saw the most beautiful fabric that was made for sleepwear, but it was made out of plastic bottom. Now, when you think about a plastic bottom, you think, oh my gosh, it's a great fabric. You really could not tell the difference between a really high quality polyester and somewhat silk compared to this fabric that was made out of recycled bottom. So there are people out there, especially in the fabric market, who are thinking about how to bring more sustainable fabrics to the market because everybody's talking about it. They're talking about green foam, where you actually grow it from a plant-based perspective, and they've been working on that probably for 10 years. So it's these kinds of things that really are captured, and especially the new Gen Z customer who is really talking a lot about it, or they really understand it all. But it's amazing to me, people who have said, hey, listen, come in and buy a bra from us or a product from us, bring your own one in, and we'll make sure it gets recycled. That resonates. It's actually lifted people's business in terms of doing that. So when we think about really recycled programs and sustainability in that way, that kind of gets to the product concept. When we're thinking about ESG, which is the environment, the social, and the corporate governance, that's a much broader topic. And the biggest one today is really the data security. And, a lot of American companies today, I'm sure around the world, are being held up for ransom, people's websites are being taken over. And then you have to make a decision. Are you going to pay that ransom? Are you just going to lose that business? And who says that they're not going to do it again? So there's a lot going on when you talk about sustainability and ESG.
Awesome. No, thank you so much, Sharon. I know it's very late for you over there, so we really appreciate your taking time with us tonight, your time. And, you know, we really look forward to working, you know, with you as we continue on our path. And I know that you wanted to be here in person and just couldn't make it because you have a board meeting coming up on Monday. I've already taken your word that you'll be here next time in person, right?
That's right. September 2023, I will be there.
Awesome.
Thank you very much for having me, and I hope everyone continues to enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
It was lovely to hear Sharon, right? At least say a yes. So Sharon's token of appreciation is on, Sharon, your token of appreciation is on its way already. And thank you so much for your words. I really loved the line that you said, you know, when is too much, and too little, not enough. Thank you so much. And thanks, Ayushi and Vikram.
So everyone all charged up for the next session? Yes or no? Guys, dinner, breakfast in the morning? Okay. We now move on to our panel discussions. Can I have the chairs, please, for the panel? Seven. So ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? So we move on to our panel discussions. Our morning sessions today focus on our portfolio companies, where we delve deeper into different aspects of their growth journey and what steers them to keep building and striving to achieve their dreams relentlessly. Our first session discusses the new set of challenges faced by our startups as they gear up to become coveted domestic and global icons. The topic therefore deliberates on the biggest dilemma faced by our startups today: growth versus profitability, focusing on the consumer tech companies. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Ashish Wadhwani, Managing Partner, IvyCap Ventures. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists on stage. Mr. Vishal Jindal, founder of Birani by Kilo. Mr. Gaurav Singh Kushwaha, founder of Bluestone. Mr. B.G. Krishnan, founder of eShakti. Ms. Neha Kant, founder of Clovia. Mr. Rahul Dash, founder of Purple. And Mr. Sneh Vaswani, founder of Miko. Welcome, everyone. Before we begin our session, please feel free to post our event feeds on social media using our hashtag IvyCapDay 2022. And our virtual audiences can post their questions by clicking on the chat box. Ashish, stage is all yours.
Thank you, Mansi, and welcome everyone to the portfolio sessions. It's a pleasure to be back in person, and obviously those of you who have been here before, lots of familiar faces. In fact, now so familiar that they are probably inside your houses in various ways. Very well-known brands, and some new faces. I can see Sneh is here for the first time, and of course, BBK has been with us for a while. So let me get started very quickly. I think, gentlemen and ladies, why don't you take a quick 60 seconds to explain your business and what you are trying to do. Let's start with Neha.
Hi, I'm Neha. I'm founder of brand Clovia, which is a lingerie brand. Now also doing sleepwear, basically all things intimate. Like you said, brands that have gotten into homes, I think we are a brand that has gone much further. And I would say close to heart. We've so far been able to reach 4 million women. And our, in next 3 years, we intend to find the right size and fit for 50 million women.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. Very good morning. My name is Sneh Vaswani. I represent Miko as the co-founder and CEO. Miko is a global deep tech consumer electronic brand that makes Miko robots that engage, educate, and entertain kids. We've been able to build AI that leads to a transformative development of any child that engages with the product. And today, it's an Indian brand gone global, taking to, just following up from the discussion in the previous panel. So today, almost 90% of our revenues are coming from outside of India with users across 140 plus countries. We are crossing 100 million revenue mark next year with a PAT of 5%, with an EBITDA of 5%. And the aspiration is to get to $1 billion revenue 5 years from there. Thank you.
Amazing.
Hello. Sorry for the glitch. Our technology works better. I'm Rahul. We are a digital-first beauty company, and a couple of brands in our stable that you know. One is a retail omni-channel brand, which is purple.com, which some of you guys would know, I hope. And then we also have a brand now in the beauty product space, Faces Canada, which a lot of ladies here should be aware of. So we basically have an online platform and an offline platform. On online platform, we do cater to about 8 million women on a monthly basis. And on the offline platform, we are distributed in close to about 7,000 to 10,000 outlets near you. Some of you guys might have seen us there. That's what we do. Thank you.
Hi, I am Gaurav Singh Kushwaha, founder and CEO of Bluestone, India's leading online jewelry company. So we started in 2012 as a D2C online-only brand. Over time, we have realized that omni-channel is the way to go. So while the first phase of growth with online was pretty strong, and by 2016, we had actually already served almost 100,000 customers. One of the things that we were noticing in the market was people, while online was great for browsing, because of the nature of the products, because of high value products, people wanted the touch and feel of the stores also. So we started the rollout of our omni-channel stores somewhere around between 2017 to 18, and right now we have 100 plus stores across 40 plus cities in the country.
Hello, am I audible? Yeah. My name is BG Krishnan. I founded a company called eShakti.com, which got into customized clothing about 13 years ago. First of all, I want to thank IvyCap for having me here. We are arguably the #1 company in the world in customized clothing for women. And customized clothing for women in terms of customized to their size, to their style, and even fabric. And this is very important because it's not a niche market, it is a mass market, because most clothing companies are limited by the kind of inventory they can carry to be able to serve the great variety of heights and sizes and shapes and style preferences that women have, and that leaves many women underserved. And we have, therefore, a global market. Almost 100% of our revenues comes from the US and Europe, and we are now looking at India as well. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Vishal Jindal, founder of Biryani by Kilo. We are the only company to make fresh handi biryani on every individual order. And not only biryani, it's kebabs, kormas, and a wide range of Indian desserts. We are opening our 100th outlet next week in Calcutta. And very proud to say it's all women's outlet. So keeping in the... yeah. And like Gaurav said, we also believe in omni-channel. So there's one dine-in outlet per city. So we have around 30 dine-in outlet also, which also serve as a cloud kitchen. So we are in more than 40 cities now in India. So north, south, east, west, tier 1, tier 2. I think this October to December 2022 quarter run rate should be 300 crore plus. So we are the biggest biryani and kebab chain in this country. And our ambition and a clear vision is to take Indian biryani, which is our heritage, and I think a much more healthier and a more aromatic, flavorsome dish, if I can say, than any burger, pizzas, not only to India in the most authentic, delicious way, but to the rest of the world as well, to create the biggest F&B chain from India. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And you know, it's very difficult not to observe that many of these brands, if not all, are going to be dominant players for decades, or hopefully a decade or decades to come. So, you know, when I think of these founders, you know, I'm actually reminded of Formula One. All these guys had a new car. They were on a treacherous sort of turf or track. They had a lot of people racing with them with their own fancy cars. They have limited fuel in terms of funding. And they have been told to go at breakneck speed without crashing and win the race, right? And that ties in very well with the growth versus profitability idea, right? So I want a very quick sort of response from you, all of you, as how did you think of it? Did you think of it as let me go fastest with whatever fuel I have, get to the next stop, get another round of funding and then take it from there? Or was it more punctuated in terms of balancing growth and profitability?
Please. So let me start now. So of course, as founders, we are quite ambitious, driven, most of us here. And we want to go at the fastest speed. But we all know that clearly you can't finish on fuel. That's the end of the journey, right? So in terms of cash or, profitability, I'm comparing. So like we in Biryani by Kilo, if I take our specific example, we have grown 80-90% CAGR since 2015, except one COVID year. That's how you become a 300 crore company in 4, 5, 6 years. And probably we are targeting 1,000 crore plus revenue in another 2.5 years at most. So of course the growth is at a breakneck speed. But of course you take punctuations off and on depending on the funding environment overall. But I think it's a bit more nuanced also in every business. Let's say in our business, we need to put commissaries, let's say, in, Bangalore, Calcutta, different places, or let's say Handi factory, or invest in marketing, or a corporate structure which can support few hundred crores. So you have to always keep balancing it. But I think, I'll take an example. We take an overall number. I think the overall numbers have to be kept in mind. Let's say if I'm going in America from New York to California, right? If let's say it's a few thousand kilometers journey, but I think overall the average speed matters. So I think in terms of the broad numbers, how we look at it is, let's say we have spent a tad over 150 crores plus a tad over that in the last 6-7 years, and we will be running a ARR in October to December, the next quarter, 300 crore plus. So how we look at it is ARR divided by capital spend should be at least 2. So that's our, and as long as we are growing more than 60-70% CAGR, so between capital efficiency and growth, and of course at some point, and that's a founder has to make, and the investors or the board has to make that call, that whether the profitability has to come in 2 years or 5 years, depending on the whole overall vision. But of course, the fuel can never finish while you are, no matter what speed you are going.
Gaurav, you want to add to that?
Sure. So in our case, so there was a time around 2015-16 when there was a lot of VC money chasing very high growth startups, similar to what we saw in last couple of years. I think that was the time when we were seeing a lot of funding happening purely on growth numbers, and the profitability had taken the back seat. So that was, so I would say that around for around 6-8 months we had actually gone on that path, but there was a quick realization that what it was leading to was a distortion of value proposition that we had actually created for the consumers, and also that it was not going to be sustainable. So I think we'd kind of come back from there, and since then we've been very, very particular about the kind of growth that we are getting. Ideally, I would want to grow 2x, 3x, 4x, whatever I can, but the growth has to be right. It should not be distorted growth. And what had happened was, once you had realized that, then the profitability kind of came naturally, because our category has very high ASPs and very high margins also, to the tune of around 35 to 40% gross margins at an ASP of 30 to 40,000, right? So profitability at a fundamental level was always there. What had led to loss making around 4-5 years back was that obsessive focus on growth, which we'd been able to kind of curb, and then grew profitability and almost at break even since then. And we've been growing. So last year we doubled while still being profitable.
So you make a great point around artificial growth actually distorts your value proposition, right? Rahul, I know you have been a great proponent of that. Can you elaborate on how you saw it in your category?
Yeah. Am I audible now? Wonderful. Okay. So I actually agree with Vishal. That's one way we had looked at our things. Organically, we have done organic and inorganic. So we have bought some companies. In some cases, we have grown organically. When you look at organic growth, we've typically had a 1:3 ratio in terms of revenue that we got to. with respect to the capital that we consumed organically. So that's one metric that we look at. And inorganic obviously will play out because you make an upfront investment. So that's one part of the story. We've been very, very, and Ashish knows this from a long time, we've been very, very clear on pushing back on growth that we don't consider is growth. So if you're paying someone 1 rupee, the person gives you 1 rupee worth of GMV in our case. So for example, that's not growth. We don't believe that's growth. So we have taken months and quarters in between our journey every time to just break. And this is akin to the F1 example. For you to grow really fast, you need to break really well. So that's something that we do consistently over the years. We have done it for multiple months. So that's one thing that has worked, at least when we look at our P&L and our growth. And the second thing that has worked is differentiating between what is an investment and what is an expense. And we get super confused. We have seen people getting super confused between ये expense है या investment है, and trying to justify it with LTV CAC calculation, which are in the future or on an Excel sheet. Businesses don't run on an Excel sheet. Thankfully, we were young. We learned it slightly early in our career. Otherwise, we would have been dead, is what I think. But those are the two things that we have done in our business.
You make a great point around getting confused between expense and investment. But you know, some of you alluded to capital efficiency, right? And again, if we go back to the theme, creating dragons, one of the key components of that is capital efficiency. Because from an investor point of view, it's about how much can this team and this business model stretch that $1 invested and make it go all the way, right? And I know for certain that all of you have done a wonderful job on it. But let me challenge you a bit on that. And you keep coming back and telling us we are the most capital efficient. And Vishal, you are smiling because you've said that to me many times. And can you prove that's true?
So see, I come from a finance background. See, capital efficiency, finally there's one last parameter which defines it, is return on equity, right? I think that's the holy grail of capital efficiency, right? Like as an investor, when I was investing in some public markets, like I never invested in a company which is less than 20% ROE. So I think that's a benchmark. So let me go back to the numbers I said. Let's say 150 crores tad over that we have spent till now in 6-7 years, and a 300 crore ARR. So SF now, we are not profitable on entity level, but soon we will be, and this will be a 20% entity level EBITDA company. So tomorrow, given the same parameter on 300 crores, if we wanted, we could have been, if we were not growing at 80-90% CAGR, we would be throwing 60 crores of EBITDA on a capital of 150 crores spent. So that's almost a 40% ROA. So finally, the number on capital efficiency, if we don't get confused, is, let's say, in the short term, it's ARR, annual revenue run rate, divided by, sorry, I'm being too technical in the morning, divided by the capital spent. So if it's 2, and we know in our sector, we will at least get 5 times, sales run rate. So it makes our investors money 10 times, right? 2 into 5. Or if I look at a return on equity basis, right? So finally, it has to be, any good business, any, self-respecting business would look at a 25% ROE, right? So we will fare much, much better. And also if I can take, so see, we are 2 times our capital spent in ARR today. But let's say if I look at outlet level, we can put an outlet at 50-60 lakhs, and it gives us individual revenue of close to 3 crores and more once it's mature. So that's 5-6 times. So of course, in the last 5-6 years, they were like capital spend on branding, marketing, expansion, losses. Going forward, this will even improve. So this will be Hindustan Liver kind of companies which don't really need much capital, or the brand companies have ROEs in excess of 40-50% also. So that's what we believe in. This Biryani by Kilo will be also a 40-50% ROE business going forward. So that's how I define capital efficiency.
And is there a consistent thought process across the group?
I think That's it.
See, I'm not a finance man, so it probably shows. See, when you spoke about all these Grand Prix races, when we started out, we didn't have a car, we didn't have a driver except me, and we didn't have a road because we're creating a new category. So at that time, we made a lot of mistakes in terms of how we looked at the financial projections, the capital required, leave aside capital efficiency. And our experience is the more of a disruptive or an innovative or a new category creator you are, the more difficult it is to say beforehand what exactly you need. More so if you're trying to create a market in the US in a competitive space. So that learning process and getting things done, definitely, slightly variable in terms of time.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. And I'll come to that point, just spark that point, because I think one of the things we have to cover is different stages, different weightages, right? But Neha, I think you guys did some benchmarking without getting into numbers with your peers, right? And can you elaborate on what you found and what was the secret sauce?
Yeah, I think Clovia had an interesting journey. You gave an example of, you spoke about F1, and once you are in that lane, then you're right, you have to go fast because to grow slowly also means that you are dying slowly. But I think the key was also to time your pit stops, the key to winning. Through different stages of Clovia, when we kept raising funds, there were times when we grew fast. But we always maintained CM2 or channel EBITDA is what we called it, better known as CM2 with all direct cost, variable cost built in. We always stayed positive on a unit level. So it was like Rahul spoke, on every order, we never made any, we made profit, and therefore, the growth wasn't being bought. So when there were times when the mood of the room changed, and the funding environment changed, we could easily ride that wave out, and we timed up pit stop therefore very, very well, I feel. When we started, it's an apparel business enabled by tech. The way we explained ourselves was that we are bringing right fits to Indian women. Largely like this, the room was full of men. People didn't understand. They thought it's a latent need. We spoke about how using tech, we are able to now iterate our fits while on the production lines and getting closer and closer to accuracy. Again, Vikram and Ashish got it, but not many people got it. But thankfully, somewhere along the line, somebody did us a favor and coined the term D2C. And not just us, quite a few people out there. And then the environment completely changed. So I think there will be cycles, and you just need to time your pit stops well.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting. I keep getting battered with this question as to VCs are dumping money on consumer companies, and they go out and give discounts and buy consumers. And what I can hear is you guys are shattering that myth, right? All of you. And I want to get to the how, and I think I'll want some input from Gaurav, you and Rahul. What is the secret sauce that you have found in sort of making sure you are capital efficient and you can take that dollar and make it go a much longer way?
So I think, in fact, I would again go back to 5-6 years back when there were lots of consumer companies. There were 3 to 4 companies in the furniture space. There were at least 5 to 6 companies in the jewelry space. There were plenty of companies in the lingerie space also. And so what had happened, and in fact, many of them were like heavily funded. $100 million, $150 million, $200 million also. So I think what also happens is once you have so much funding and your expectation from growth is also in line with that. So at times you don't have any other option but to actually spend a lot of money to buy those users, and not having enough money or not having raised enough money in that cycle in a way kind of proves to be a blessing in disguise, because that kind of keeps you more efficient at a company level also, and you are less prone to kind of going out or going belly up when the cycle turns. So I've seen a lot of companies which were heavily funded kind of going belly up when the cycle turned. We we did not raise as much capital, or we did not raise excessive capital at that time, and hence the expectation of growth, etc., were also were kind of were logical, were not excessive, and I think that is what had helped us kind of build it the right way. Otherwise, I mean, from founders' perspective, also it's not easy. If you once you have set the wrong expectations, once you have said that, okay, I mean, give me 200 million and I'll grow 5 times in 2 years, and if that kind of growth is not natural in the category, you'll end up doing the wrong things. So I think it kind of it plays from both the sides, from investor side also, because they also at times read it incorrectly, the kind of growth that that category can potentially deliver in 2 years, and founders also. So I think it's a lot of it is chance also.
Again, great point around responsibility of investors to give you the right amount of time and right amount of capital at the right time. Rahul, what's been your secret sauce?
I think clear focus on P&L, which is again going back to the same point, expense versus investment, super important. Very heavy investments on technology side. That's been a big driver of the revenue that we generate per unit fixed cost that we have, and we have different fixed costs on the business. That's an investment that we started doing with our first institutional check with IvyCap in 2015. We have built out a very strong proprietary technology stack specific to beauty. Hopefully at some point in time it will go global. For now it has been built for India, which makes us super efficient when it comes to the browse experience on the platform, when it comes to acquisition of customers outside of the platform, when it comes to developing our own brands and products that we can offer to the consumer, which are differentiated. So all of these things are based on the technology stack, not on people, and that's something that we think has helped us in terms of the amount of capital that we have consumed. And it started showing in the fact that we as a company have been able to return the entire fund of 3 of our early stage institutional investors, all 3 of them. IvyCap, we returned the first fund, if I'm not wrong, if my calculations are correct. JSW Ventures will be returning their fund a little more, and probably our third institutional investor, Bloom, also. So that's what we have done as a company. But the input has been differentiating between expense and investment and heavy technology investment. We are a technology company. We can't shy away from it.
Great. Let's shift to the point, and Sneh, I'm looking at you. A point was made around different stages, different speeds, and different consumption of fuel. How do you look at your equation through the journey?
So basically, for a company like Miko, there is a lot of, in the initial years, there's a lot of product development that you need to do. And we've always ensured that at each, and later on you start growing in a market, and then you start expanding your markets into new markets and so on. So at each stage, what we've set as a North Star goal is based on the resources that you have, you aim, and what a regular company in a similar space, because like BG had said that you're building a new category as you go forward. So in a similar company trying to do with the resources, where would they have got? You try to aim for a much higher goal with your leadership team, so that at each point you are able to make the best out of the resources that you have. And that mindset has been there since day one. Just to put it in perspective, like if you were a US based company, to get your first product out, you would need at least $20 million. And we went from a whiteboard concept to retail in less than $1 million. And then to launch in the US in a big fanfare, one would need at least another $20, $30 million, as most consumer brands in the US do that. And we did it in $6 million. So at each point, based on the resources that you have, we aim for a North Star goal for that year, higher than that, what is possible. And it is achievable. It's not that you'd set 2 long shot goals, which is just not achievable. It is achievable, but you need to think non-linearly in your marketing, in your operations, in your supply chain, in your product, on how you get there. And that's how almost every vertical of ours has a massive non-linear innovation led by technology, led by pure business sense to get to that point with utilizing minimum capital.
And again, a lot of you have been kind of emphasizing
getting things right, getting the building blocks right, technology or supply chain, and of course the kind of product and so on and so forth. BG mentioned also early stage experimentation. Do you think that getting that right then gives you much further acceleration further down in the race to go ahead of your competitors?
It gives you tremendous conviction as an entrepreneur that you'll be able to face any other challenge going forward also that comes by.
Absolutely. Anyone else wants to add to that?
See, I think if until there's a product market fit and the product is right, you can't take the car on the kind of speed we all want to take or F1. So I think that is the first thing, no matter how much time it takes, it has to be right. So without that, there's no point in speeding up. The whole thing will blow up, right? So I think that's the first step, no matter what. Something which can be scaled then very fast. So I think a lot of time, energy, investments have to go into it. And like Rahul was saying, so I think I'll also like to put it in maybe the same points, maybe in a different way. Like everyone should, I think in the company, like say in our case, our outlet level EBITDAs are quite healthy. Like the older outlets, 25, 30% or even more. Or, in case of Clovia, the CM2, or the similar companies like Mama, the CM2, those numbers have to be 25, 30% plus for any company to sustain. So that is, I think, so that we know the unit economics is right. And then every company has a fixed cost of tech, corporate. If you really want to create a world-class company of at least 1,000 crore plus, or I think there's a fixed expense which a founder or the team has to understand of tech, corporate, marketing, the supply chains. Let's say in our case, it's 100 crores. Let's say we want to create a world class. So we have, and I know our CM2 or outlet level EBITDA is 25, 30%. So after 400 crores, we know it's a very profitable journey because then everything gets thrown back, that 25%, every incremental dollar. So in every case, see that unit economics will only come that CM2 or outlet level if the product is right. And then you have to really, once you've done that right,
world has gone through, at least products for kids have been the most successful, where at least in the western part of the world, it's known that parents won't buy their medicines, but will ensure that the kid gets what they want for Christmas. So looking at that, we are able to forecast with our channel partners on how the situation would be in the next 2-3 years. I think it's a golden era for companies like ourselves and all the ones in the panel here who have strong unit economics to focus on growth at this point of time, because a lot of noise has died down, which is good. And artificially grown companies have to take a long pitch stop, which is very good. So in a way, it's a golden opportunity for you to race forward with the right P&L and aim to be ahead of everyone globally.
Excellent. Mark my words, look out for these founders and these companies. They are here to stay. And again, thanks a lot, everyone, for sharing such wonderful insights. I can see all your cars finishing on top. All of you will be in the leader position in your respective races. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, everyone, for such an intriguing discussion. I really like your point, Gaurav, what you said. Growth has to be right and not distorted. And I think the secret sauce is how to steer this obsession for growth towards profitability and yet being capital efficient. Thank you so much, everyone, for a wonderful discussion. May I request Ashish to please hand over the token of appreciation to all the panelists, and if you could also have a group photograph.
Mansi, meanwhile, I suddenly remembered about a conversation between an entrepreneur and an investor. The entrepreneur had submitted a business plan to the investor, and the investor asked, how much are the margins? Looking at the paper on which the business plan was printed, the entrepreneur said, oh, I think it's 2 inches on each side.
Oh, Madhuri, this was a good one. I really hope the entrepreneur was joking, else a poor investor.
Thank you, everyone. Can we please settle down? Also, please feel free to share event feeds on social media using hashtag IvyCap Day 2022. Well, a successful strategy can reap some incredible rewards. While product-led approach is idealistic in the process of growing tech companies, is having a great product always enough for a company to grow? If you wonder which strategy keeps the magic on in a tech company, the next session is just for you. We will commence with the second panel discussion on scaling globally in tech, product-led or GTM-led. The panel will be moderated by Ashish again. Ashish, request you to please come on stage. And let's welcome our panelists with a big round of applause. Mr. Shwetab Pathak, founder of Elucidator, Mr. Venkat Naut, founder of Vinculum, Ms. Tamanna Dhamija, founder of Convosite, Mr. Jatin Solanki, founder of Expetrons, and Mr. Abhay Gupta, founder of Bijli, who will be joining us virtually from US. Ashish, I'll let you take over.
In the meantime, audiences, there is one black laptop bag, which I think is with the security. If anybody has lost their laptop bag, you can check with the security. It's a black colored laptop bag. Thank you so much. One of the two. One of these.
So welcome. So welcome everyone. Abhay, welcome. Can you hear us well?
Yes.
Great. Excellent. So, okay, great. Uh, here we have our SaaS companies, B2B companies, and these guys are really part of this whole, sort of wave of Indian companies creating products in India and dominating the world. Who would have thought? But here we are. So let's hear from each one of them. First of all, just introduce your companies and yourself and what you do. Maybe take 60 seconds each, and so that the audience knows, gets the context of what you're talking about. So obviously, Tamanna, you have the privilege to go first.
Hi everyone, I'm Tamanna, founder of Conversite. Conversite is a community advocacy platform. We help brands tap into consumers in existing communities on social channels where peer-to-peer conversations are happening. So think Facebook groups, WhatsApp, Telegram, Reddit. All these channels were previously untapped. So we are creating this new category of community-led advocacy in the world.
Venkat?
Hi everyone, good morning. This is Venkat Naut, founder CEO of Vinculum. We are an omni-channel SaaS platform. Think of us like the Make My Trip or the Trivago of e-commerce. We aggregate all orders, inventory, shipping labels across online, offline, and social channels for brands. So we enable both traditional brands to digitally transform themselves, aggregate all the orders and be present on channels where people shop and fulfill from the nearest location. This could be your own warehouse, it could be any retail store that you have or a franchisee store or inventory lying in a distributor or a marketplace. We've basically built, we have all the plumbing towards every part of the logistics and supply chain ecosystem, and we are making it extremely easy for brands to list and sell in the best possible way. So that's basically what we do.
Abhay, would you like to go next?
Absolutely. So basically, an energy intelligence platform, and as the world is transforming into consumer-driven consumers and solar and electric vehicles, we take the energy data from various sources, including smart meters and grid, and we help utilities of the world manage a very resilient grid in presence of large loads like electric vehicles and solar, and we help consumers manage their energy consumption, which is going to become more and more complex with various rate plans and different types of distributed energy resources.
So you can save the world from the consumer from the energy inflation we are seeing, right?
That's the goal.
Okay, great. Jatin?
Yeah, hi, this is Jatin. I'm the founder of Expertrons. I think the only B2C company in the panel, but yeah. And yeah, so we are the largest library of career experiences. We are essentially Netflix for careers. On our platform, we have more than 7,500 experts sharing their experience from Google, Facebook, Microsoft, or BCG, McKinsey, Harvard Business School in the form of video bots. So it's a skill tech platform to help the global billion professionals in their career changes. So, yeah.
Shwetab?
Hi, I'm Shwetab. I'm one of the co-founders of Elucidator, and we are a tech bio startup based out of the US and India, and our primary target market is US and North America and Europe.
What we sell is we sell a piece of software that helps you work more efficiently with your biomedical data, especially for R&D purposes. So we work with some of the biggest biopharma companies in the world, as well as early stage biotech companies. Our key differentiator is our technology, which helps annotate biomedical data to a very high extent, as well as use it for AI-based workflows, where a lot of the biopharma community is waking up to using AI, but the data is just not clean enough for them to be able to do that. So we help enable make that happen.
So, wide range of industries, very clearly. Different types of customers. Venkat, I believe you serve the entire range from large brands to small e-commerce brands, distributors. Like Tamanna, you have two sets of customers, right? Brands as well as the group admins, right? Abhay, mostly utilities, large utilities, globally? That's right. So, and Shweta, again, a range of small, big, medium size pharma and biotech companies, right? And of course, you're a consumer. Now, look, if I look at these platforms, and yours is a platform, and the rest are sort of SaaS products, I think the gross margins are a given. Unlike the D2C side, where everyone challenges whether margins are enough and you're just subsidizing the consumer, that's not the case in your businesses. So let's get that out of the way, right? So if you were to think about really growth and scale and cost of acquisition, these are the sort of things that drive value in your respective businesses, right? Now, my first question is, now, obviously you all did some experiments, created a product, it got some traction. At what point did you get the conviction that you are now ready to scale disproportionately and, grow disproportionately and also scale? How do you think of scale at different points in your journey? Tamanna, we'll start with you.
Sure. So I'll go through the, Ashish, like you said, we have a supply side and a demand side. And supply side is community creators who are the custodians of all the distribution. Again, like I said, it's a previously untapped market, so no other platform globally today has access to any closed group communities. So for us, it was very essential to build that first. The demand side is large enterprise customers who we work with, and we knew that that sort of going to market selling will be hard because it is a new category and it has to be education-led. But first things first, will we be able to get to the supply? So we focused on that in the first few months, which is trying to aggregate communities across platforms. And we started with Facebook groups. And now we have Reddit, Telegram, Discord. The toughest thing to crack was getting the trust of admins. So we took a very different approach. We didn't do any paid marketing. We built a community of community creators. And most of the growth that we've seen in the last 2 years has come through referrals and inbound through our community. We today have 100,000 communities with 700 million members across all of these.
Can you just repeat that? 700 million, you said?
Yes, yeah. So for us, we had said, so Ashish, and you know that, in first year, if we are not able to hit 100 million members, then this is just not viable. Like we'll never be able to scale this. So that was sort of a flag in the sand. We said we have to get there, and we had to figure out a way to earn trust, which cannot be through paid marketing, which cannot be through paying an admin, which is why we built a community. So it's all been community-led growth for us in terms of acquiring that supply. And we continue to do so. When we started, it was all in India. Today, about 25% of communities are from US and Europe. Now, shifting gears to the demand side, this was really hard because when we launched, it was bang when the pandemic started. We got our first institutional funding when we launched in Jan 2020. We didn't know how we're going to do it because all of the things that work for traditional SaaS does not really work for us because we're a category creator. And selling to enterprises, it's a very sales-led motion. How do you do it just on Zoom? But I think we did, our product sort of sold for itself after the first few successful case studies. Just in terms of scale, in the last 2 years, we today work with 160 brands across 60 large, very large enterprise customers. So all the way from a Nestle, a Marico, to an Amazon, a Johnson's. What's good and we feel proud about when we look back is 50% of this growth came from referrals in enterprises. So that's kind of unheard of. And you know, we want to grow that. Now we're going after channel partnerships. Also, we've really pivoted from an all-out sales-led motion to a heavily product-enabled, sales motion, which I can get into later. So,
great, and I'm looking at you, Jatin, because you also have this community angle and so on. So, can you elaborate as to what you are trying to do and what your journey has been to create that initial scale and sort of conviction to grow?
So in our case, of course, I mean, it was a platform with a lot of experts coming and sharing their experience of how they reached a top B school or a top company or sharing their job internship experience on our platform. Of course, the first 100 experts were the most difficult to get. We had to push like people from our alumni from IIT Bombay to kind of come on the platform. The first 100 experts were the most difficult to get. We had to get our batchmates, seniors, on the platform, but the remaining kind of came in more easily, and there was a lot of product involved in it, and like we had to make sure that the platform is built well enough so that anyone across the globe can have a simple experience of downloading our app and can record their career experience right from the comfort of their homes. So someone sitting in a Stanford library today can download our app, can start recording their career experience of how they reached Stanford for that matter. So, and when they download the app, they can actually, like the technology will tell them to be in the center of the camera or there's a background noise or so on and so forth. So we also had to maintain the quality of the content on the platform to be like that. So, and that's how our journey kind of started from just being like from getting these 100 experts by push, by recording their videos and everything to actually a product-led strategy and experts referring experts, and now to 7,500 experts on the platform.
Sure, we'll come back to the product-led. I want to hear from Abhay. Abhay, when did you start, how did you navigate the first stage, and when did you start getting conviction that your business was scalable? We can't hear you, Abhay. Are you on mute? Shweta, LUC Data's journey has been somewhat different from community-led and product-led. How did you go about doing it and to build that initial scale and conviction?
Yeah, so we I think, for better or worse, we have a bigger ticket size maybe than most small ticket size SaaS companies. So there is definitely a reliance on, in the initial stages, there was a lot of reliance on the founders to sell. I mean, there wasn't so much, even Salesforce, we could not afford it. But since the rounds of funding have come in and we have scaled up, then we have been able to do more sales-led motion, which at our ticket size, which is in 6 figures or more, seems to work better. Of course, marketing has a huge role to play there as well, because you can't have a sales force but not have enough leads for the sales team to work with. Of course, they're supposed to generate their own leads. So in that sense, our GTM has been more conventional. A lot of, I think Tamanna made the point about referrals. That has been very significant for us as well. And biopharma is again, I mean, one of the things that we did, I think initially, at least as an industry, and this might be similar to other companies as well, we focused on a couple of markets, and even within sort of the whole big market of biopharma, we had a huge focus on one particular region, which is New England, Boston and New York and that sort of area, Cambridge primarily, because that's the center of biopharma. And one of the things that we realized was that there were a lot of organic effects of selling within one particular geography. So as global as the world is, people still want to live in one city, unless they are more adventurous. So you have a lot of good effects from people traveling within these companies, and your product or whatever you do travels with it. So that has worked out well for us. I think we are now at the stage where we're trying product-led growth as well for more sort of lead generation purposes, rather than even complete the end-to-end journey by just using the product, which again, for our ticket size, we believe will work better.
So first it was founder-led, and then you transitioned.
Yeah.
You make a great point, which is quite counterintuitive. Typically, you see that for D2C companies, they say work in a smaller geography cluster. In your case, it was a big biotech hub.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then scale out globally from that. So
even now, I mean, we have kept our focus very much on the US Northeast, which is New England and the Bay Area, because that's still a big enough market for us to expand into.
Got it. Venkat, how has your journey been in terms of getting that conviction and scale?
So I think there are 3 phases really, Ashish, as you know. Phase 1 was we had to do many pivots to get to the right product market fit. So I think that's the most critical piece anyway in terms of the journey of we are a B2B software company. So the product market fit is the first step. I would say the second phase is really, we are one of the companies who are helped by COVID. So because everyone is digitally transforming themselves. So I would say that TAM has significantly increased post-COVID. And also we've been nimble enough to evolve with the changes in the market. So for example, we extended the product to enable quick commerce. So every player in quick commerce, whether it's Instamart, Swiggy, Dunzo, or Zepto, all of them pan-India work with us in terms of the dark stores and the regional hubs. But besides that, as a product company, you got to keep innovating, keep enhancing, and finding micro verticals to scale. And that has been a critical part of growing the company. But if I look at it today, where any traditional brand, anybody in the malls or any internet-first brand is a target for us. And every new evolving business model is an opportunity for us. Means we are doing 70% of our revenues in India, but technically this is still 3% of the global market. So from when I look at the opportunity for us, we can just replicate whatever we are doing here in any part of the world. So, but of course there are a few pointers here. I don't know whether it's the right answer for this question, but I do think some of the things which are critical, of course, is funding at the right time. So to be able to capture that opportunity. Second, having the A team to be able to actually replicate, to be able to actually hire and replicate the opportunity which you have. And Yeah, I mean, those are some of the thoughts. And of course, if for B2B software company, some of the key parameters you look for is growth, net revenue retention from existing customers, and LTV by CAC. So those would be your three key parameters. So you got to make sure that your existing customers are scaling. So customer success becomes extremely critical in terms of being process driven and creating the right culture in terms of people who can help scale the company. So I think that's a common thing you will hear from me in terms of people and culture, which is critical to scale.
Yeah, let's come back to that. I think in one of the subsequent questions, I want to go back to this product-led growth idea that Tamanna and Jatin introduced. What is product-led growth?
So again, we've done it a little differently. For us, we had to build product for both sides. We first went after building the product for community creators, and that was the toughest thing to crack. Because how to, build a product that gets integrated into various communities to get access, and then provide them tools to manage and monetize their communities. So we focused on that first. Again, building tools for community creators so that they can manage communities better and monetize through brand partnerships. It's been a journey. Today we are at a place that for community creators, we even have community profiles. Like imagine if today any one of you hears from a brand, or like even here, right, Elucidata, let's say if you want to go and look for communities of pharma, whatever, marketing professionals, like there's really no discovery platforms in the world. You cannot go, there is no Google, there is no platform where you can go and search for communities. You don't, even if you know they exist on, let's say, a Slack or a Facebook. So today we are at a place where we've created that discovery platform. It's a first, where there's profiles of communities, community creators, and there's this concept of growth loops, which we read about. We've never seen it play in action, but which we're seeing work out now, that community creators share their profiles with relevant brands or within their communities, and every share gets us X amount of leads. So that's starting to play out, and we believe that will be huge for us, because at the scale of community creators, each admin can get us X amount of leads. We have about 2,000 leads right now from small brands who we cannot service because we don't have a self-serve platform. On the brand side, Ashish, it's been very interesting. Initially, it was all founder sales led. So we tried to figure out what will really work, what are we selling in a PowerPoint, and then how to productize that. So again, today we are at a place where our lead gen is pretty much productized. Like we're able to send out customized landing pages to each brand, which help them see what are the conversations that are happening about my category or brand. So if I'm a parachute oil, I'll just take an example. What are people talking about in communities about oil? And are they shifting away from coconut to an onion oil? Like if I have a landing page like that, it's like straight, I'll press a button, tell me more. And that's when the sales team would start talking. So it's been a journey, first from PowerPoint to a product-led, sort of on the brand side as well.
Good, but I couldn't help notice you're such a natural salesman. You just sold your product to Shweta, so well done. Jatin, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think more like Tamanna, how she has two stakeholders on her platform, like the community guys on one side and of course the brands on the other side. We like even for our platform, we have the professionals on one side who are seeking for growth, and on the other side there are these experts who have been there, done that themselves. So we also had to kind of build this marketplace. We had to build this place which would make sense for both of these kind of stakeholders for us. So for the professionals who were coming, it was more like a Netflix, where how Netflix recommends you what movies you should be watching. We'll recommend you the experts who are the most suited for you based on your your background. So say Jatin comes from a tier 2 city in Rajasthan, has done his engineering from a tier 1 college, wants to go to say technology companies. So I'll be recommended experts who are the most suited for me, who are more apt for me, because these professionals on one side, they are or the career seekers on one side are actually looking for these things on the internet, and then they kind of land on our platform. So that's the one side. And on the other side, of course, the professionals, they have different of them will want to actually book a one-on-one call with me. So that's how kind of this productification of experts and professional kind of came into picture for Expertrons.
Got it. So let's move to marketing and the role of marketing in SaaS companies, right? Abhay, sorry, before we go there, do you want to elaborate on your GTM and what has worked for you, Abhay? Okay, role of marketing, Venkat. How is marketing, how have you leveraged marketing to drive growth for Vinculum?
So again, from our, for a B2B software company, if you look at the role of marketing, cuts across many aspects. One is brand building. So which means right from creating campaigns, creating content for across running events, for example, customer events, making sure that there are campaigns for customer acquisition, then brand building across every aspect, creating case studies, working closely with strategic partners, working with customers, creating advisory members for each city, geography. So there's a whole lot of activities with respect to brand building and customer acquisition. A lot of our business today, there is an inbound interest in terms of, and most of our client acquisition comes from either alliances or marketing. So direct sales contributes, I would say, 20%. Marketing contributes 40+%, and alliances contribute 40%. So that's possibly the mix today. So when we started, that was possibly less of alliances, more of direct sales and marketing. So that percentage has definitely shifted big time. I would say at a stage where we are, where the product market fit is completely established and we are at a proper growth stage, the alliances will keep increasing in terms of the percentage. If I look at Salesforce, which is possibly the company to compare from an industry leader perspective globally, they are at a 60% revenue from alliances. So that's where we are headed as well. So marketing essentially controls 40 plus 40 directly and indirectly, 80% of the business for us.
And Shweta, Elucidator is a little bit earlier in the journey in marketing. What have your experiences, what has been working? How have you been using marketing to drive your sales?
I think one of the big mistakes that I think we made was to not start doing it as early as Venkat's company did, and I see Abhay nodding, so maybe them too. We just did not start soon enough, and I think it's in hindsight that you can see that, and we have been trying to fix it for the last year and a half or so, and I think we have made a lot of progress. In that sense, I have seen, since we have invested more in marketing and taking it up, and again, I think that's one of the things that maybe we didn't, because me and my co-founder are both very technical co-founders, and, just this classic stereotype of marketing, right? Like, you think it's fluff until it isn't. So, it was not fluffed. And we realized that we needed to start, and we have made a lot of progress. And I think it has helped in a lot of things. As Venkat said, brand, I think, has been a big thing for us. We are a category-defining company as well. We are not quite an equivalent to another product that you would buy. So we need to make the case that you need to invest in this new piece of technology that did not exist before. And I think that case is very hard to make with just a sales-led motion or with just a founder-led motion. That voice has to come from somewhere else to the customer as well. And as marketing folks tell you, they need to hear something 7 times before they buy into it or whatever. And that I think we are doing now, and that has been very important for us. In some ways, alliances did not work very well for us in our early days as well. Again, as Abhay was referring, we did a bunch of co-marketing relationships, but you realize at the end of the day that other companies have their own incentives, and it's hard for you to break into that. And I think the other place where, of course, now that we have a reasonably sizable sales team, marketing where it is helping is setting up meetings, and again, very classic enterprise sales. Don't make it flashy. Just do the regular stuff. It's already been figured out. No need to reinvent it. Just do it well.
Great. We're running out of time, but I have 2 more questions left. Very quickly, what are the 2 important lessons or advice that you have for people going overseas, Abhay, or targeting global markets? Yes. Got it. Venkat, you've gone to several markets, Southeast Asia, Middle East, US. Quick top two lessons for people going to overseas market.
See, I think critical aspects is, one is, if I look at it from our perspective, keeping it simple and replicating what you have learned. That's one simple message there. The second, of course, is you got to go and build partnerships and relationships in the market. So every part of the ecosystem, from a B2B perspective, you got to build equation with the marketplaces, logistics companies, and you got to work with the trade bodies. So there is no escape to building those equations. Of course, marketing and campaign-driven lead gen can happen remote, but you got to build those equations there. So once you form that and replicate it, be patient, and don't go into a market unless it is sizable enough. Don't go into every market. So pick your battles, and you can definitely win them. For example, Thailand is a very tough market in Southeast Asia because they pay less, and the competition is too intense. I would rather pick Indonesia as a market which is sizable for me. And that's easier for you to conquer.
Okay, great. So I think we are almost run out of time. But just one quick word on, one sentence on what's your ambition for LUC Data. Can you just sort of go around the table just with one sentence? What do you want to be?
To provide clean data to all of R&D research in the world.
Jatin?
Yeah. So we are already the largest library of career experiences, and we want to...
What do you want to be?
Yeah. We want to remain this. We want to be the largest library of career experience to help over 1 billion professionals. Yeah.
Tamanna?
We want to create an ecosystem where brands and communities coexist, and the only thing that exists there is trust.
Venkat?
Any brand growing globally should look at us. Anyone in any part of the world.
Great. That's a pretty sizable set of ambitions. And congratulations once again. And all the best. I have no doubt that you guys are making a huge difference in the respective sectors that you are working on. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. What an amazing summary in less than a minute from everyone. Can we please have a group photograph? Can we also have Abhay on the screen for the group photograph, please? Ashish, request you to please give the token of appreciation to all our panelists. Token of appreciation. Abhay, yours is on your way.
Thank you, everyone. Coming to our next session. Stop reading for a moment these days, and you will miss out on a sector terminology or a new business model. The world's moving faster than ever before. Deep tech fields like AI, advanced materials, blockchain, biotechnology, robotics, drones, photonics, quantum computing, the list is endless. All are moving more and more quickly from early research to market applications. In a sense, it's a new industrial revolution, where new platform technologies and infrastructure completely transform the way we live and work. Our third panel discussion therefore focuses on building IP for the world, the next big wave. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Tej Kapoor, Managing Partner, IvyCap Ventures. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists, Ms. Meenakshi Singh, founder of Synapsika, Mr. Utsav Bathur, founder of Geometry, Mr. Kiran Shah, founder of Yellow Sky, Mr. Ian Jason, Director Business Development, Trilbit, and Mr. Tarun Gupta, founder of Listen. Everyone, a huge round of applause for our panelists. The stage is all yours.
Hello, hello. Thank you. This is better. Thank you everybody, and welcome all of you. I'm the newest and youngest member of, not youngest, the partners of IvyCap, and and we have spoken individually, so it's great to have you here. Why don't we take a couple of minutes and just to talk about your business first?
Yeah, my name's Kiran Shah, co-founder of Yellow Sky. It's a drone-based startup. We do not manufacture drones. We use drones to capture data. We bring ground truth to the desktop, as we call it, and we use that ground truth with this aerial data capture to provide intelligence, business decisions, and risk management to our clients.
Hey everyone, this is Utsav, and I'm the founder of Geometry. We are a metaverse platform, or you can think of us as a very easy no-code toolkit to build the metaverse. And some of our successes recently include Reliance's AGM, which was held on our platform. We've also served a lot of use cases globally, because that's contextual to the panel today as well, like building PayPal's metaverse, the Pavilion, meant for internal use case, as well as the COVID vaccine manufacturing for several large pharmaceutical companies in the US as well, built in a metaverse environment.
Hi, I'm Tarun. I'm the co-founder for Listen. Listen is a mental health platform, which is a full-stack mental health delivery platform. But it is not your traditional mental health app which asks you to do a meditation, etc. We are actually a platform that works very closely with physical health. We integrate mental health into physical health care, and which helps in better outcomes for patients and better patient experience. And partner with healthcare institutions for chronic diseases like infertility, cancer care, nephrology, kidney care, and so on.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ian Jason Criado. I'm previously worked in the maritime industry as a navigating officer, then moved to tech, and fortunately working with Trilbit right now as the director of business development. Speaking about Trilbit, so we have a team of 25 people, majorly based out in India. And what the technology does is basically we just realized we simply communicate using sound. That's what we are doing right now. And it's a pleasure to be among all of you people to hear, listen, and speak with you. But the same thing can be done with two devices into IoT and all the other machines. All that you need is a speaker and a microphone, right? And the use cases of this is majorly into authentication of people and authentication of things. So we have partnered with companies like Chalo in the bus ticketing section. We have partnered with Oyo for an automatic check-in, and multiple other IoT companies. So that's what we do.
Hi, I'm Meenakshi. I'm co-founder of Synapsica. So we are building a software platform which is AI-driven to automate reporting of radiology scans in spine. What that means is like earlier what a radiologist doctor would do in creating a report identifying diseases in spine, that we can do automatically. So much so that for our products, the doctors just go to the software, review what they're seeing on the screen, click a button, and a report that can go out to the patient gets generated automatically.
Great. So I think it's a common theme. India has always been looked upon as a cost arbitrage opportunity. And I think all of your companies are changing that paradigm. And I think Mr. Kamath spoke about it this morning as well. Now we are moving up the chain in terms of creating IP. And that I think is just the next level India has to mature to. So drones to, Synapsica with their product. So if you can reflect on that, on how you see this change and what particular IP is your company particularly building, which will differentiate you from, and you're competing with the world because all your products are, across the board being sold in the US, etc. So we can start from Synapsica first with Meenakshi.
Yeah, so to put this in perspective, like a lot of automation is coming up in radiology specifically. Obviously, it's coming in healthcare in general. But specifically in our space, what we see is most automating applications, generally what they do is to prioritize which patient scan needs to be looked at first by the doctor. So for example, in a queue of patients, if there is a brain stroke patient, the doctor will see it first, right? Or applications which kind of bring out the ROI that the doctor needs to pay attention to make the diagnosis. We are kind of unique in that sense, and that's really unique about IP. In the sense we do end-to-end reporting, like from the smallest of the things to the biggest of things that can cause back pain, right? And we're able to do that because I think at least to a certain extent, I'll attribute that to us being present in India with the digitization and the availability of data, the costs and the infrastructure significantly gives that a boost.
Yeah, so you want to take with the drones because that's like the talk of the town. Everybody's, except like, wedding pictures to the real world roads. Yeah.
We don't do wedding pictures. We are focused primarily on the infrastructure market. And just more pointed answer to your question about how we are thinking about creating IP. It is related to data. As I said earlier, we position Yellow Sky as a aerial intelligence company. The word aerial obviously comes from drones, but the word intelligence comes from a perspective of giving the business value immediately to the customer after every mission, as we call it internally. But at the same time, what we are doing is, and this has been a vision from day one, we have not deleted a single piece of visual data that we have collected from the time we started the business. Our first target is 200 terabytes of data with relating to the build out of infrastructure, because we actually do monitoring of construction. And we believe that we will have 2 centimeter level pixel data accuracy, 200 terabytes of it, very specific to the industry, very, very contextual, which is very hard to replicate. We will have to mine it. We will have to figure out what we will mine, what people will pay for. That's a separate conversation, but we will have the data. And you can go to Google today, you will find satellite data, you will find lots of other data, but you will not find drone data. And the reason you will not find is because a sensor flying in the air at 20, 30, 50, 100 meters above the ground just did not exist 5 to 6 to 7 years ago. This whole drone buzz, and as you said, very exciting today, has really come into play really about 5, 6, 7 years ago, and it becoming a B2B business has really just come in about 3 to 4 years ago.
Yeah, thank you. Tarun, with your moving from drones to mental health, if drones have data, mental health is very important to analyze the data. So how did you come about it, and what IP, like you went through the routes of doctors, so if you can talk about, how you are building the IP there.
Sure. So if you look at traditional mental health platforms or apps, they have been about connecting the user to the right therapist, and that's been the primary thing. But what we wanted to do was go a step further, and can you build specialized mental health care for, say, chronic diseases? So if I take the example of infertility, or for that matter, nephrology, the kind of stress or mental health care that you will need will be very different than I need for exam stress. So can you look at all that data, create specific digital programs? The one advantage we have in mental health is it is probably the form of healthcare most amenable to be delivered digitally, right? You don't need to see the person every day. You don't need to touch or feel, etc. So what we are doing is building all this, using all this data to create very customized digital programs for people suffering from these issues. And the products help us, one, connecting with the doctor, getting feedbacks, etc. But it also helps us get real-time updates on how it is impacting the person. Should we change the trajectory? And to add on to what Meenakshi said, being in India actually helps us build a lot of this data, build a lot of these digital programs at, I think, 1/3 the cost than if we would have to do at the same scale elsewhere.
Lovely. Now, Utsav, you convinced Mr. Ambani to use your product at the Geo Day, right? So, which is congratulations for that. So I have a couple of questions coming from Tarun. One is, first, if you can explain the audience what exactly your, metaverse and, again, like drones, there's a lot of talk about it. What exactly is, the use cases there? And then, yeah, first you can answer that, then I'll come to the next one, yeah.
No, I mean, thanks so much for asking that, because we're a part of a buzzword industry, right? Everyone is hearing about the metaverse, and, and as the buzzword industries go, everybody likes to define it as it best suits their company, because it's still early. The metaverse is actually one of the simplest, it's a really simple concept. It's a natural evolution in the internet itself. It's the Web 3.0. A lot of our work, a lot of our interactions, with people, places, things, data and information are getting online. And in this natural evolution, there has to be, engagement experience stands pretty much at the forefront of it. And that's what the metaverse is. To your point earlier, I mean, what we're doing at Geometry is we've built a really simple platform that anybody can build their own metaverses. And it's something that we are growing and with a lot of interesting companies using this platform today.
Nice. And one large use case is training, right?
Absolutely. I think, one of the things that is important is how do you actually add value within this entire thing? Because when we're working globally, and I must say this with the context that Geometry is actually one of the largest metaverse platforms. If you look at Decentraland and Sandbox, we've got 20 times the monthly active users of any of these platforms. And the reason that we have that is because we're driving value. There are three primary ways in which people are deriving it: training, learning, and development. Like I said before, the COVID vaccine manufacturing, but it's also a lot more. We're working with a lot of banks in creating digital ways or digital twins of their facilities to be able to learn and understand it better. There's also the use case that's really strong of employee experience, which is pretty much across the board. And of course, there's the retail vertical. I think these are pretty strong value-driving growth. But like I said, training is definitely one of the most understood and well-researched spaces within the metaverse and its direct applicability.
I feel like we all will live in some kind of a metaverse age in like next 4 to 5 years.
Yes,
to
just
come.
a matter of when, not a matter of if anymore.
Yeah, exactly. It's more like when, right? They're coming to Trillbit, and the very high quality work you're doing. I mean, it's fascinating, how using the tech. I think it's one of the few companies I saw which has, building actually real IP. So again, I would love for you to explain like a little bit of use cases and where you're heading with it, especially with that Ring, Amazon Ring you guys have been trying to work with.
Absolutely. So to start with, just to give a couple of use cases that we have, if you all have traveled with the public buses in Mumbai, it's quite a roller coaster ride. I mean, at a much cheaper rate. So what happens out there is that the crowd is huge. The environment is not really great for the ticketing to happen. And much of the hype was when BST buses declared that they would be going digitalized, the tickets. And that happened with Chalo. Now, the only technology that would work really seamlessly was our technology. And that's when we partnered with Chalo and gave the data over sound technology. So we are doing on a daily basis close to about 150,000 transactions with them. The other use case is if you picture when you're just checking into any hotel, the first thing comes to your mind is like, okay, I have to now give the booking ID. I've just come from a very tiring flight and I have to waste time searching for it. What we are doing with them is that just you open the app and the check-in happens automatically. So you have saved a lot of time and your first experience is going to be awesome. And that's what we are doing with Oyo. The third thing which you just mentioned about Ring. So if you must have seen what happens is you have just purchased a doorbell. And when you set it up, you do it in an environment where The network is really good. You have very good internet connection. Now, when you go out, you've just set up your device, and you go out and you fix the device, and then you realize, okay, that's not functioning. You think it's a really big thing. But you then realize there's just no internet connection out there. It's not really great. And the company has spent a lot of resources in making calls, sending the technician out there for just this small error that happened. So what our technology is doing, it is doing the communication of this doorbell with your device. So you just place it outside. It detects where the internet speed or the network of the Wi-Fi is really great. And that's where you can fix it out. And it saves a lot of cost and the hassle around it.
Makes sense. Coming back to Meenakshi, I think the couple of questions I want. One is you're changing the whole radiology industry in a way, how it's been looked upon. And second is, and that's more for everybody, like as you're building these, deep IP, deep tech kind of products, how's the talent in India? So we'll start with Meenakshi, first with radiology, and then come to talent. How you're changing the radiology, as an industry overall.
Yeah, so the talk that is very common in the radiology space is basically if AI is going to replace doctors, right? And there are, like the width of that discussion ranges from a strong yes to never, right? But one thing that's definitely happening is that radiologists, more and more radiologists are getting trained to work with AI products. There are education systems that will help radiologists learn about artificial intelligence or conduct researches in that area. So that's happening. From the consumer perspective, the cost of radiology reporting is coming down. The quality of reports is improving. And I emphasize quality because the reported inter-observer variability for radiology reporting is generally 30%, right? And for spine, the area where we are working on, it's 50%. So what that really translates to, every second report, two radiologists wouldn't agree what the findings are, right? And that's significant for a healthcare diagnostic service, right? And that needs to change. So from a consumer perspective, that's how it affects, right? Technology like ours is significantly transforming how healthcare works in that sense, like the cost of it, the quality of it, and etc.
Got it. Now switching to talent, because I think talent is a big need. And drones is new, mental health, been there, but I think those were mostly pundits who were doing mental health. Now it's the real mental health. So, and same trilbit. I mean, so do you find enough talent, like the right kind of engineering talent, vision talent, etc. in India? So I would love to hear your thoughts on it.
I would say the simple answer is potentially no. It's not easy. I'm quite sure it's out there. I'm not yet that worried about the expense, but finding talent is difficult. I have this view that the actual mining of data will get commoditized. So therefore, the data that you have is more important than the mining piece of it. Google already has services which does some basic mining. You can see it on your iPhone to a certain extent, whether it's by date or by color. You can see a color and all images which have that color will show up. And that will only get better and better. That's my view. I could be wrong. So for us, the primary is the data itself. It is very, very challenging. Maybe I understated it, to find talent. Especially because we are a startup, we're still very new, and therefore is that much more difficult. But I do believe the actual mining piece should get easier and easier, because you will find people commoditizing it and giving it to you in about 2 to 3 years' time.
I just want to say we have IIT deans, ex-deans, and a lot of IIT folks, and they can help with some of the talent piece.
Yes. Absolutely. So I come from the context of course, hiring is extremely, extremely tough in India, but it's not only for us. There is the challenge of hiring somebody in emerging technology, but also that is compounded by the kind of product that we are. We're a design platform. We're meant for designers to create virtual worlds, which is also not very traditional to come out of India. I mean, if you see, there are no major design platforms out there meant for designers. That's just a product category that's also very new. So for us, again, hiring becomes very difficult. But tech talent, I guess there's no other place like India from a lot of perspectives. The first, of course, is that we do have a lot of enthusiasts, so people who learn and pick up a lot of serious skills themselves. I'm not saying that these technologies are not followed abroad, but over here you'll have somebody who'll have practiced and gone a little bit into detail, and we do get a few of those enthusiasts. So I mean, one of our hiring strategies, of course, would be to go for people who already have a little bit of an enthusiasm within the space. And thankfully, in emerging tech, at least there are people who would significantly be able to do that. So our design talent, for example, sits out of South America and Peru, and that's the more natural geography to find them. But for a technology talent, I mean, that's where you want to kind of hire from.
Would you then open up offices in, like you're planning, or you are moving to San Francisco, or you're already there? So like, to find the right, and drone talent, a lot of that is in Israel. So do you guys plan to, hire talent there?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you also want to hire locally as much as possible for that geography. If you were to look at the, San Francisco, for example, there are some great people and great talent resources which come at a significant multiplier even today. As long as you're serving that geography, yes, I mean, we want to grow that out. But we are, I mean, from my perspective at least, we are a company that's looking to grow in the US from a sales and marketing and a client's perspective. So I would, definitely hire sales and marketing from there. But our technology teams, again, my co-founder Sahil's here. He leads the technology team. He has had a fair bunch of challenges as well that he could highlight.
Tarun,
Yeah, so I think most people here will talk about engineering talent. We face the same challenges, we find the same availability, but I'll talk about the other kind of talent that we need, which is good psychologists. And in a country where psychology traditionally has been either looked down upon or not been paid really well, that is a talent that we actually work a lot on to make sure that we become that platform of choice, remove that arbitrage of, people. Actually, there was a 50% drop-off for psychology postgraduates who were not working in psychology but doing something else because of the pay gap. So there is a lot of talent, but right now we invest in cultivating a lot of that talent so we can build this expertise-led solution that we have. Engineering, everyone knows there is talent available, but the challenges with hiring right now. So the approach we've taken actually is, it's a hybrid approach of our own team, but we also partner with specialized technology companies which build tech for what we call as digital therapeutics. So it's a mix so that you are not always dependent on your ability to hire. And then, we all know what happens post-hiring in India.
Yeah.
So what I would also add on to it is that there is talent out there, but finding the right talent is what is difficult. And but when we speak about India, majority of our tech team is based out in Bangalore, India, and most of them are from IITs. So that gives us an edge over cost effectiveness when compared to the US. And moreover, they also help us build some really complex algorithms that have helped us develop the use case that we have in the most best way possible. So that's all I would want to add on it.
Got it. Sorry, Meenakshi.
Yeah, so like one point of view that I wanted to add here was like obviously there are hiring challenges with engineering, but we do have talent in India, right? And these are passionate people who are good at their work. What we don't have, and that's partially to be blamed on the education system, is people who are able to make a process of their talent, right? That's more common in the US. So people who are able to, consistently follow a process to turn around high quality, in our case, either a engineering product or a radiology report, right? That's what is specifically lacking in India, right? And for that, what we're doing is we're finding mentors and experts in the US, using that information, training our folks to, to create a process which then makes it easier for everybody else to, up the mark, for example. So yeah, that's, I think, one way to go about it.
Yeah, I think India, on one hand, we have unemployment problem. On the other hand, we have problem of people not being so talented enough to be hired in, for example, deep tech. So I think need to fill in the gap. Maybe Purple Tutor can, train more people. So I think switching from talent to VCs, because I think not many VCs in India, except IvyCap, get deep tech companies, and how when you guys went out pitching, is it changed, or is it still the same? Because I mean, I have been VC for 10, 12 years, but a lot of people understand consumer business very well. But when you sell something like Trillbit, they're like, okay, I don't really get it. So what's your experience been?
I can tell you, first of all, really happy to have IvyCap as our lead, and I think you're also game changers as we went further out into the market to raise the rest of the funds. It was a struggle initially. I think the fact that we are a little bit lucky where we are actually making money while creating the data is very helpful. So for us, I would say most probably, because we're not burning cash, let me just put it simply, we found a lot more takers. And as you said in the beginning, the buzz of drones opens up a lot of doors. It's the flavor of maybe the last 6-9 months. I don't know how long it'll last. But I wouldn't say we found it as difficult as potentially maybe some other ones who are only focused on deep tech and may need some initial investment compared to getting the revenue and the funds later on.
Great, excellent. Do you want to answer that, Meenakshi? Because you're healthcare AI. Same question, and then I would love to open it for audience as well. We have some time, but first you can.
Yeah. So data definitely comes easy to India, right? And like in our context, if I were to put numbers, for example, if I were to source MR scan data from US, it'll cost me like $25. In India, our average cost has been less than a cent for preparing that data for AI algorithms. And we've gotten quotations from everywhere, right? So the cheapest quotation we got was from a Syrian refugee camp for preparing data, and that was $10 per hour. We do that in like less than $2 an hour in India, right? So that's the kind of difference we're talking about when it comes to data. We definitely need to work from our strengths, and data is one of it.
Great. Love to open up to audience if somebody has a question. Yeah. Mike didn't.
Can you tell something on the latest rules on the importation of the drones component and the manufacturing thing? Because a lot of talk. In fact, I believe that drones will create largest amount of employment in next 5 to 10 years, just as delivery boys did it. I think people have not understood the importance of manufacturing as well as the applications. So I just want to know if you have any reflection on the latest regulations.
We obviously know the regulations and what is ever changing. I've got to cross my fingers with respect to your statement of drones potentially being a lead employment generator, and that's only going to happen if the actual usage and their business is willing to pay for it, right? Otherwise, it's not going to generate the employment that you spoke about. Coming to your more specific point about the regulations and the import of drones, there are manufacturers. I would say that there are some of them who are manufacturing really good quality drones, but they're not being able to match the pricing that is there internationally, so we're going to have to end up paying a little bit more. Very specifically to our business, we don't face too much of an issue, right? Because if I have, let's say, 50 drones and I have 200 working days, I can do 10,000 missions in a year. 50 drones is not a big deal. We already have about 12 to 15 of them. So the fact that a drone can be used repeatedly again and again, even if you take 3 days a week, that's still 150 days a year. It's not much of an issue. And the import of the components, whether it's batteries or propellers, which finally have a life, right? We have to replace them every 2 years or 2.5 years. They're not expensive. That is freely imported. So that they actually clarified, which made it really, really easy for us to buy locally. And if our volumes really go up, we may import it directly from a dealer, but the margins to buy it locally is not that much. If I keep Yellow Sky aside for a second, I think this is a really good test for the manufacturers because they're going to have to up their quality if you want to start doing square kilometers and hectares and districts and states with respect to data capture. So you want to do really, really large areas but still continue to have the same quality. And there are very few people, Indian manufacturers, who can do that. But we can see them upping their quality, which is a good thing. That's my view. So it's forcing the industry because the final client is not going to pay if they don't get the quality. And I think everybody here and on this panel knows it. If you do not get your data capture quality right, I can process, I can do what the crap I want, I will not, it's just garbage in, garbage out, simple. I will not get the quality I want and I will reject that drone.
Yeah, it's like what you capture, yeah, that's important. There is one question in the back there. Can we get the mic there or?
First question was on drones, so the buzz continues.
Yeah.
Hi, my question is to Mr. Tarun. I've been following a lot of mental health platform, and especially after COVID, a lot of companies have come up solving this issue. So what's the trend that's happening in the market, and how are, with so many players making this space very crowded, where is the differentiation?
Thank you. I think with COVID, what happened was a lot more people started talking about mental health and a lot more platforms came on, to help with mental health. But at least our thesis is there are two big problems that anyone who wants to solve for mental health in India will have to solve for. Number one is unawareness. While we talk about people, more and more people seeking help, you have to realize that of all the people who get affected by mental health issues in this country, only 20% are even aware that it is a mental health issue. The rest of the 80% don't even know it's a mental health issue and don't end up seeking treatment for it. Second, of the 20% people who are aware, half of them don't want to accept that they have a mental health problem and go to a mental health practitioner. So when you combine these two challenges, any platform that wants to really scale in this area has to solve for these two. The approach that we've taken in our case is you will have to partner with mainstream healthcare because a lot of people who don't directly seek help for mental health, they seek help from their general physicians, from gynecologists, from any condition that they are suffering. And then, the transition to mental health care can be facilitated. Direct B2C will be a challenge for some time.
Got it. I think we get just one last question we can take.
My question is to Meenakshi. I just want to understand that because your whole venture is using the artificial intelligence to report the spine, imaging of spine. Now the data becomes very important in spine, and in India, we don't have a standardization of data because if you look at that, the MRI 0.5 Tesla to 3 Tesla. So data comes from 0.5 Tesla, 1 Tesla, 1.5 Tesla, 3 Tesla. So now, and especially in the spine, the 0.5 Tesla is different, 1.5 Tesla different, 3 Tesla different. So how do you standardize the data? Because the AI will require a data of normal, abnormal, and then your things are. The second issue is that the spine requires most of the time clinical correlations to give a good reporting, you know. So what do you do about that, you know?
Right. To your first question, like brilliant that you asked that, because fortunately for AI, it is better that we see all kinds of machine strengths. So standardization in the sense of Tesla strength, 0.5, 0.3, 1.53, it actually is better that the AI algorithm learns from all that kind of variation in machine strengths, because then we are able to produce algorithms that generalize much better on any kind of incoming data, right? And that is actually a strength. So for example, parallel company sitting in the US working only out of 3 Tesla images will have much poorer generalization capability than algorithm like ours, where we are training on all kinds of resolutions, right? Even, here you were only talking about Tesla strengths, but we also see variations in how the DICOM itself, so the scan itself is captured, right? Technician mistakes and etc. All of that also is something that we counter for. So it's actually a strength, right? To your second point, so I understand we need clinical correlation in a lot of cases, and hence we do source both the plain radiology reports and the clinician opinion on the same. However, to be honest, we're not focusing so much on clinical correlation as of now. Like from algorithmic perspective, from a data perspective, we do feed that information to our algorithms so that we make clinically relevant decisions. However, like in the next step of evolution, what we want to do is basically automatically also predict the kind of clinical symptoms that a patient would see, right? And that doesn't really happen in, even in normal reporting scenarios with radiologists these days. Like, not these days, like in general, right? With a completely manual mode of working.
Thank you, Minash. So one thing is pretty clear, we are moving from arbitrage to IP, and these are the folks who are doing it. So big round of applause for them, and thank you so much. Looking forward to your progress.
Thank you so much, everyone, for such an enlightening conversation. Meenakshi, you, Tamanna, and Neha remind me of a very famous quote by Hillary Clinton. Women are the largest untapped reservoir of talent in the world. And it's so great to see entrepreneurs like you breaking that norm and making for the women power. Thank you so much. Requesting Tej to please hand over the token of appreciation to all the panelists. Can you please have the token of appreciation? Thank you so much, everyone. Madhuri, over to you.
Well, don't know how many Game of Thrones fans we have over here, where we were hooked onto winter is coming. In the startup space, you would hear disruption is coming. You may have heard this sentence before, but it's a little different this time. This is not just about a cool new gadget or a single breakthrough. This is about traditional industries being disrupted, changed, and reshaped as technology evolves and borders disappear. Our next session focuses exactly on that, value creation in core industries. Please welcome our panelists, Mr. Pratyush Helen, founder of FingPay, Mr. Bhuvan Rastogi, founder of Lenbox, Mr. Sanjeev Chandak, founder of FT Cash, and Mr. Gaurav Parthi, founder of Purple Tutor. The session will be moderated by Tej. Tej, can we have you? Yeah. Over to you, Tej.
Thank you. So we're going from deep tech to fintech. But I think somehow these two industries are really related, right? And good to have you all. First, I would like to start, if you can give 2 minutes introduction of your company.
Thanks, Tej. So I am Gaurav from Purple Tutor. Purple Tutor is a AI-led live class platform. Essentially, what we are doing is, all of you know that typically adaptive learning exists, but it's in self-learning platforms. We are one of the first companies in the world where we have married AI in live classes. Essentially, what our motto is to make every teacher a super teacher. So all of us had great teachers in schools, in graduate schools and after that, but there were a handful of teachers that were great. Our attempt is to make every teacher a great teacher. And how do we do that? We try to take real-time inputs of the student, real-time, and pump this back to the teacher real-time in decision-making. A very simple example could be, if a student is weak in communication, the teacher will be told, spend more time explaining the concept, rather than the one-size-fits-all approach of every student gets the same explanation, the same example. So we are an AI-led platform that gives real-time inputs to teachers in real time.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. I'm Sanjeev Chandak, co-founder at FT Cash. So FT Cash is a small business lender. So we lend to small neighborhood mom and pop retailers like your kirana stores, garment stores, etc. So we provide them with working capital loans. And lending to this segment, which is essentially a subprime segment, is a collection business. So you have to make sure your risk is right. So we have bundled digital payments along with digital loans and have created a risk management platform that enables us to lend to this segment profitably.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am Pratyush Halin. I am co-founder at FingPay. At FingPay, we are a digital payments company. We enable digital payments typically for the last mile, that is underbanked customers, through very innovative payment solutions like Aadhaar-based payments, IVR-based payments, USSD-based payments. And we're working with many microfinance companies and small merchants in rural areas to enable them to accept digital payments from their customers. We process a good volume of 5.4 billion annually worth of payments through our platform, and we are a profitable company since last 3 years. Yeah, look forward to this panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bhuvan Rustagi. I'm the co-founder of Per Annum and Lendbox. We are a fixed income and alternate investment platform. Our primary aim is to increase access to fixed income products for the Indian retail investor, because we feel that the Indian retail investor barely has any access to fixed income products beyond your traditional fixed deposits and PPFs and so on and so forth. We've been growing quite steadily for the past 3 years. We have around 250,000 investors with us. We've done over 100,000 crore worth of transactions on the platform. And yeah, looking forward to discussing further.
Thank you so much. So Sanjeev sir, we'll start from you. India is, as they say, is starved for cash. There are people who want cash, and you lend. As a VC, we take, I would say, 2 to 3 months to make an investment decision, sometimes even more. How do you do it so fast? What technology at the core are you using to make that decision, if you can talk about that?
Sure. So I think lending, as I said, right, it's easy to lend, difficult to get it back. And over a period of time, we have developed the algorithms, we have developed the processes, and I would say the company DNA is suited for the target segment. So as compared to a lot of lenders, right, who lend to all the segments, we are very focused on the segment that we want to lend to. We really understand how this segment behaves, and then what will be the risk of this segment, or let's say risk of a group of customers. So we have developed that. we have gone through a few credit cycles where we have stress tested our algorithms and our platform. So COVID was unfortunate, but it did give us a real life, big time stress test. So that ultimately you have to make sure that the platform works fine and the model works fine before you can really scale up.
Great, great. So Pratyush, you're the payment company, and by the way, I must congratulate you, you're profitable. Very few profitable companies in the tech world, so congratulations. And you are actually enabling payments in tier 3 rural India. How did you think about it, and why did you actually target that versus let's say the tier 1? So I'd love to hear.
So basically, Tej, rural is very unpenetrated market, and it is very huge market. Okay, the opportunity was there because the scale was there. The opportunity was there because it has not reached its saturation level, and I think for next 5 years also it won't be. And if there are multiple players also working in this area, there is enough room for everyone to be there. So therefore we chose this segment. Another reason is that these people lack financial services and different options. Like us, we enjoy multiple options for anything we need, but they don't even have a single option. So that also motivated us to focus that segment. Now, when we entered that segment, we realized that there are a lot of challenges out there which needs to be addressed. Few of the challenges being like if you create a digital payment application, these people have a very entry-level smartphones if we have to give it via application. So how we can create a very lightweight application for these customers that it works very seamlessly on their phone. Another is like the network or the bandwidth is very limited of internet. So how it can work very seamlessly on a 2G network. And then the transaction success ratio, how we can work on that. That money is not stuck in a payment gateway. So these kinds of things we actually addressed and we worked on initial 2-3 years, and that's what led us here with while we are processing huge volumes, and that too with profitability. So these USPs of ours helped us with that. And we have recently launched a new product called UPI 123. Which is like a payment on a IVR call. So basically it's like your lender, let's take an example of FT Cash. So they have a collection of 5,000 rupees from one of their customers. So it's an automated call to their customer ki, hi Tej, we are calling from FT Cash and you have a due amount of 5,000 rupees. You can pay it now using UPI on this call itself. So just enter your UPI PIN and the payment is done in real time. So that's how it works. So we are actually hoping that what gonna be a good breakthrough because it works on feature phones, it works on smartphones. Like there is no constraint out there, and people in rural have Jandhan accounts which they are already using, and UPI registration is also simple on the same app. So that's what we are working towards next in terms of innovation. But that's a whole and thought of why we chose rural and how we are here.
And that's really, really amazing, innovative product because people understand voice way better than typing, and especially when you get to rural. So that's amazing. So switching to Bhuvan, you are catering to the other side. People who have made money, you want to make them more money. So talk about like some of the products you're launching and what kind of traction you're seeing, and is there been like a drop after, after this euphoria in terms of, or people have become more, like more towards fixed income side, your thoughts on it?
Yeah, so you're right, we're catering to the other side, but we don't want to cater to only people who have a lot of money and surplus. In fact, we are a mass market product where we have the ability to take even 1,000 rupees from someone and invest in a fixed income product, because that's the kind of target. So as in fact, FinPay says that most people outside of tier 1 cities don't even have investment opportunities or access to any kind of financial services for that matter, regardless whether payments, lending or so on. And so we want to be that player where we tell them that please don't put your money in your fixed deposit. You're not even beating inflation, you're practically losing money. Put money with us, we'll give you 11% or above, and you'll at least generate some wealth, right? So till last year, we were primarily into debt-based products, but then we launched Per Annum, which is a much larger and much more innovative platform where we're entering into other asset classes as well, whether it be asset leasing, bonds, fractional real estate, and so on. And again, the backend is highly tech-driven, where we have the ability to fractionalize an asset to a very small chunk and very easy to understand for the retail investor. And we also have the ability to give them liquidity so people can exit whenever they want, whether depending on the product. Some products have an exit load, some don't. So we give access to liquidity as well, because education is a massive, I think that is the only challenge which maybe all of us face, where consumers are not aware of what is available, if whatever is available, do they want to learn, do they not want to learn about it. So we just make sure that the experience is extremely seamless for the user. It's complex for us, but that happens entirely at the back end.
So for this audience, what is the maximum return we can make if we go to your platform? Will you make us 30%?
Maybe we can give you an IvyCap special of 1% more, so you can make around 13%.
Excellent,
Yeah.
excellent. So coming back, I think Purple Tutor, the education has, seen the best days and the worst days. Obviously COVID, everybody wanted to go online. So my question is like, how are you differentiating, given there's so many options, right? And given there's elephant in the room with Byju's. So your thoughts on it?
I'll give a slightly long-winded answer to this one, Tej. If you rewind about 14, 15 years when Byju started, it was the era of pre-recorded content, right? I mean, it was almost like a pen drive company, as people call it, right? With a tablet. You fast forward 7, 8 years and the geo revolution or the bandwidth revolution took place, right? And suddenly you realize that, hey, live classes are possible, right? And that was the era of live classes. When you move to live classes, I think the thing that you really want to solve is for a student, that student outcomes have to be great, right? How do you make learning more effective? And typically that's a function of personalization, like I was talking about, right? And that's the holy grail problem you want to solve in live classes. Personalization. And secondly, ensuring that there is a bit of standardization. That means what you're promising to the user, you actually deliver that in terms of the teaching, the course material, etc. Right? And the way we have done it is that most people have focused on removing teachers, on most platforms. Even live platforms, most AI platforms focus towards removing teachers. I mean, you have a GMAT test or, adaptive learning platforms. Most of them platforms are typically focused towards, engaging you on ability level or IQ. Difficulty level keeps on increasing as you give more and more questions right? That's also AI to some extent, rule-based AI, right? And the way we look at it is, the way Purple Tutor is, we are trying to make these live classes great. So how do we make teachers super teachers, as we spoke about earlier, right? So what we're doing is, we are creating something called a student profile, and which could be basis of ability level / IQ. It could be interest level, like what do you like? I mean, a child could like aeroplanes, cars, or whatever, right? Communications, how good are you on communication? And there are so on and so forth, so many factors, right? All this data is collected and real-time crunched. And real-time, there is a output given to the teacher what to do, right? Now, it could be you're in a class of app development and you're doing some sort of 3D game design or whatever. Now, how good is it that if, let's say, the child likes car racing and you tell him, listen, kid, why don't you just do a car racing game, right? The engagement levels are that much higher. For example, when a child does not get multiplication, right? Most traditional teachers would keep on explaining multiplication. They would keep with different examples and in different ways. not realizing that the problem could have happened earlier, that the child may not have understood addition. Because multiplication is what? It's a series of additions at the end of the day, right? The AI platform here will tell you, listen, don't fix multiplication, go back a node, what we call in the knowledge graph, and fix multiplication, come back. It's more effective. So we are using these real-time inputs to tell teachers at critical decision-making points what to do. So it leads to far better outcomes, far more personalized classes for the students.
Understood. Interesting. I wish a lot of my teachers could give me real-time feedback when I was growing up. So
Join Purple Tutor.
So coming to Sanjeev, I want to switch the gear towards regulation and regulators in your business, in fintech. There's been a lot of chatter about, digital lending, regulations which are coming up. Some of it is good, some of it, stalls the business. Would love to get all three of your reactions on that, and how do you navigate as you're building the business?
Sure. So I think, last few months has been an overdrive on regulations and circulars, etc. So I think obviously, there are some points where we as FT Cash have to change and modify or adapt our business practices. But at an overall level, I think it is good for the ecosystem, because there was a lot of riffraff that was going on in terms of the Chinese lending apps, the loans, unfair collection practices, usurious lending rates, etc. Right? So I think RBI is trying to, or both the RBI and the Finance Ministry is trying to clean that up so that in the ecosystem, the real operators are there. It will improve the consumer confidence. It will also tell us what the rules are, and we as lenders will abide by those rules. And overall, I think once the noise dies down, it will be good for the ecosystem. So, and RBI, I've been, since my Deutsche Bank days, I've been closely interacting and all of that. It's a very good regulator. I think they do the right thing. They foresee issues and try to remove them or storm them out early on before it messes up or disbalances the ecosystem. So I would say overall good, even though all fintech players have to modify part of their business models, etc. But if we are going for the long term, it is a good thing.
Got it. Very good to hear that. And I agree. I think there was a lot of riffraff, which will get cleared out. Yeah. Pratish, as payments?
In my view, they are doing a very good job. The first thing is they are moving with speed, like a fintech, releasing circulars every now and then. And good for us because they are helping curb the bad practices taken by a few companies and then ultimately affect the entire market. So it's good that they are very proactive. I am liking personally all the circulars, frankly, but at the same time, I think that is one of the reason of our growth. They actually added like a catalyst, being the kind of payment products they have pushed, how the NPCI is working. So the push behind NPCI from RBI, the support to all those people to launch those products has been amazing. And I think the whole world is seeing now. We have been talking in other panels as well. The UPI and Mr. Kamath also spoke in the morning regarding these different payment systems which the whole world is watching and far advanced than the very developed geographies of the world. So yeah, so I think that's good.
No, just to add, I think UPI from Indian perspective has become a benchmark for many nations. And as a matter of fact, we leapfrog China, right? Because China was closed loop ecosystem between Alibaba and Tencent. And I know there personally some of the Australian embassy people were in India, some people from Australia to learn UPI, to implement in Australia. So it's fabulous.
And actually, they are going both with UPI global also and local also. So with global, they have recently launched in UK and they are done in Nepal. And with local, like they are also looking towards the rural, the unbanked feature phone customers also, how they can still use UPI. So on both fronts they are working, and that is amazing.
Yeah, just on that, one more. I was with my friend from the US, and I used the QR code to make payment. He was blown away. He's like, how did you just do this? So it's amazing. Yeah. Your thoughts on regulator?
Yeah, so RBI is considered to be like, it's given a bad name because like Sandeep said, last few months have been just a explosion of regulation. But I think overall regulation is a good thing. Although for startups like ours, we always feel that it's restricting, they're restricting us and so on. But RBI looks at a much long-term vision, and their main aim is to avoid systemic risk. Right? So for example, in our case, we grew like from 5 crore a month to around 100 crore a month worth of investments. We have from 10,000 investors in 2 years to like now 250,000 investors. And so we've achieved quite a large scale over a very short period of time, even though like on a overall scale, we're not that big. But I think what RBI does is, in India especially, it has been extremely proactive in a lot of cases. In some cases, maybe not, but in most cases, RBI has been extremely proactive to try and avoid systemic risk in advance. Right? Like, for example, in China, because we were doing P2P investments, the regulation came about when it was a more than $100 billion industry. It was way too late, and then suddenly everything crashed. In our case, when the regulation came out, it was, I don't know, not even 100 crore industry. So it automatically created a certain discipline. So I think what regulation does is that it creates discipline in the existing players and in the newer players as well. And for an incumbent player, in a way, regulation is good because it also creates a barrier to entry. Like people then think twice about entering a space which is regulated. And I think even for VCs, a regulated space, especially in the fintech sector, is preferred because then there is no gray area. At least that's what we faced, that there's no gray. They know that, okay, this is a regulated entity, they're already doing everything according to compliance. And then going forward, we also know how to deal with the regulator. So regulation, I don't think it is something to be scared about. I think it's something, if you're doing everything ethically and in the interest of the consumer and your interest as well, obviously, then I think regulation is nothing to be feared.
Great, good to hear that. A lot of our board members are close to, RBI, etc. So I think they will take this feedback back. Good to hear that from entrepreneurs. So coming to education and regulation, what's your view? Is it static, or are they supportive, or doesn't matter?
It's a very good question, Tej. And I think today, obviously, there are limited set of regulations that exist in the education space. And I think everybody in the room here knows what's happening with some of the big companies, right? And there's a lot of bad press all over the place. But the way I look at it, I think MBA 101, right? I mean, whenever industry sort of forms, grows, it achieves a certain threshold, it goes through its cycle, right? You're going to have these issues, right? You're going to have a lot of people just piggybacking on an opportunity. It could be for whatever reason, like COVID, right? I mean, you suddenly see an opportunity and there were a lot of startups mushrooming and they were getting funded, right? And there is a lot of press about they're not refunding customers, right? Regulation is required, and I think there needs to be a balance between regulation and growth, innovation, right? Innovation is very, very important. And if you see like I said previously, from Byju's, the EdTech 1.0, which was pre-recorded content, to live classes, and how we have changed, and how everybody is striving towards better outcomes, right? So you need to have an environment that nurtures innovation. I think fintech has gone through its course of financial services because it's a fairly mature industry, right? You've got extremely strong regulators like an RBI or a SEBI and IRDA and the whole host of others, right? I think there's a need of self-regulation also, that you do what is right for the customer in the education space. Maybe sooner than later, you're going to see some sort of self-regulatory body or even the government coming up with regulations. I think the point to consider here is that it should be a balance to ensure that there's a good amount of innovation that can take place.
Understood. Very good. So I think we have, I'd love to have audience, if they have any question. Yeah. PG, sir.
So Pratyush, the question was actually for you. All right. So, you know, some of the numbers that you talked about, very impressive numbers. I think you mentioned 100 million customers.
The users, the payment users.
And about 7 billion transactions and so on, right? More. Okay. Now, that's huge data that you are sitting on. So why don't you also, you know, do some rating of these 100 million customers? And I'm sure they are customers for you, and for banks and so on. So perhaps that's a gold mine that you can actually leverage. You know, I'm not talking about a credit rating, but at least you could be doing some variety of a rating of these in terms of the inflows that they are coming, how they are consuming it, how they are utilizing it, and so on.
No, so very bang on. So we are working on a super application for these customers because we have a lot of data of theirs. And in this super application, what we are doing is, because in rural people are moving towards a smartphone, they are starting to use smartphones. And then we have created an application, their entire profile out there. They have UPI out there where they can link any of their bank account on the same app and start making payments, receiving payments, checking bank statements, etc. They can open a bank account, they can open a wallet, they can buy insurance, they can invest in gold, they can buy, sell gold, make bill payments, see government schemes relevant to those people. So all of that, that's why we're calling it a super app, that in a single app, they will be able to do host of financial services. And that is what we really wanted to do, to be very open and frank. In 2016, when we started this company, the aim was that ये rural इंसान के पास हम लोग सारी financial services कैसे लेके जाएं. Now there were two options. एक हम बहुत सारा marketing करें and that will go out of budget and then वो profitability और वो सारे questions आ जाएंगे. Second, हम efficiently कैसे जाएं. तो हमने recognize किया कि there are two set of people जिससे ये rural का बंदा interact करता है. एक है उसके पास की दुकानदार जो retailer है और दूसरा है उसका वहाँ का lender जो कि माइक्रो फाइनेंस कंपनी है या रूरल एनबीएफसी है. सो वी स्टार्टेड वर्किंग विद बोथ ऑफ देम. तो हमने माइक्रो फाइनेंस को अनेबल किया कि आप आपके कस्टमर से डिजिटली पेमेंट्स लो, उनके एलएमएस से इंटीग्रेट कर दिया, एंड टू एंड की रिकॉन, ऑनबोर्डिंग सब कुछ सिंप्लीफाइड हो जाए. एंड दे स्टार्टेड मेकिंग पेमेंट्स थ्रू आधार, थ्रू यूपीआई एंड ऑल ऑफ दोस. सेम हमने वो मर्चेंट को भी अनेबल कर दिया जो उसके बाजू का दुकानदार है कि ही ऑल्सो कलेक्ट डिजिटली फ्रॉम हिज कस्टमर. कस्टमर को बेनिफिट ये हो रहा है कि उसका डिजिटल हिस्ट्री क्रिएट होता जा रहा है, ट्रांजैक्शन हिस्ट्री क्रिएट होता जा रहा है, जिसके बेसिस पे उसको कल लार्जर लोन्स, लार्जर financial services मिलेंगी. People like Sanjeev will give them, offer them more and more loans then. So that's what we wanted to achieve. And now we are at that stage where we are across 11 lakh retailers in India, out of which 4.5 lakhs are active, using daily, monthly active numbers. And more than 48 enterprise customers like MFIs are using our system, and we are processing this volume with profitability. And now we want to reach that end customer through these channels. So these will act like a vehicle for us to reach there, and that too in a profitable manner. So that's what the entire we planning.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of between you guys also a lot of data sharing that could happen. Great. Any other question over there in the back? Check.
Yeah, hi Sanjeev, this is Anand here. Question to you, what's your AUM, ROE, and what were your peak delinquencies during the COVID in the mom and pop lending business that you have? And are you looking for a funding? Question to Bhuvan, is that your alternate investment platform that you have, how do you basically onboard the customers, and you offer basically a guaranteed kind of products? And if yes, how do you ensure that guarantee come through, and what kind of investment basically that you make? And again, you are also looking for a funding offer.
Yes. Hi. So we are now managing the loan book of around 300 crores. I think that's the AUM. In terms of, I think your second question was ROE. We are working towards profitability. So we are not profitable yet, but no, in a few months, no, we'll hit that point. Our loans are all unit economics positive, right? So as I said, we have seen through a multiple credit cycles, both good cycles and bad cycles, and then we want to make sure we make money even in a bad cycle. So we have seen that, tested it in real time, and that's where we are. Definitely, we are always looking for money. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so our channel of acquisition for customers is two-pronged. We have a very strong digital channel as well. Actually, three-pronged, I would say. One is obviously our digital channel, which is Google, SEO, Facebook, and so on and so forth, which contributes to around 35-40% of our users. Then a massive channel is users referring other users. So around 20-25% of our investors come from, are referred by other investors. And then there is an offline or an indirect channel, which gives us certain high value clients, which will invest anywhere from 5 lakh and above. These are through financial advisors, wealth managers, brokerages, and so on and so forth. We don't guarantee a return. I don't think any investment, if they say they're guaranteeing a return, you should not go for that, because there's something off is going on there. Yeah, but we have extreme levels of risk mitigation layers in place to make sure that the principal is as protected as possible. However, at the end, in any kind of investment, the risk, in our case at least, lies with the investor. That's what the regulator has told us to do. So we never take on the risk on our balance sheet or anyone else's. The risk at the end is of the user. But yes, we also make sure that the investor is aware of all the risk mitigation mechanisms we have in place. And we also have a certain vintage. We've been giving consistent returns for the past 3.5, 4 years now. So there is a certain vintage which we are able to prove and showcase that we've been giving 11 to 12% returns over the past 4 years. So there's a certain level of trust which has been built now on the platform. I think that answers the first bit of the question. The second bit is, yeah, fundraising. We've been told, and we have trained ourselves, yes, that we're always looking for capital, because we need growth capital, right? I mean, if given a choice today, we can switch gears and try and shift to profitability, but we also want to expand as fast as possible, and we want to compete. And when we're competing with funded companies, we also want to raise capital so that we can compete with them and expand further. So yeah, we are raising capital.
Great, thank you. I think we have one question. We can take one more. And check.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. This is, I'm Sameer Agarwal here. I'm co-founder of an edu fintech company by name of Neve Credit. So dealing a lot with RBI regulations and on the education side as well, because we are an education-focused fintech company. So just a quick question to all, in terms of RBI, whenever these regulations, they are coming up, they talk about bringing transparency. They talk about ensuring that the end user knows each and everything. So on two perspectives, just wanted to have knowledge of the panel. One, all these tech companies, maybe FT Cash, Lendbox, are you looking at backing your technology with acquiring an NBFC and then getting into a fold of regulated entity? What RBI is insisting is that, you know, it should be all regulated. So are you looking at that option of back-end integration of getting into NBFC mode? One second, most of the platforms which are doing lending in the market, whether it be MSME or education, we have seen the ROI, actual ROI or the IRRs, what we call about, is above 20%. It's not less than that. And RBI is very clear now that the end cost should be known to the user. Are you going ahead and disclosing that end cost to the customer?
So, I'll answer it first. So, we are a regulated entity actually. So, we are an NBFC. It's a separate kind of NBFC. It's not the traditional non-deposit taking NBFC. It's an NBFC P2P. That is one of our companies holds that license, and we've been using that. That is, so to answer your first question. So we are already, and so then other companies work with us. And the transparency bit, we've always not, I mean, even before the regulation came out or this digital lending became what it has become now, we were always very key on transparency to make sure that on both sides, on the investor side, the user knows where the money is going, how it's being invested, and what all risk factors are there. And on the borrower side, we don't deal directly with borrowers the way we function, but we make sure that the partners we work with, and you're absolutely right. In fact, 20% is a conservative number. In some cases, it was even 25, 30% or more, because the upfront charges were very high, and most of the small ticket loans, the charges were very high. So and in most cases, a lot of times users didn't even know where the loan is coming from, and they would just see it on the credit report at some point, maybe taking a home loan or something, and they would not get it. So you're absolutely right that was an industry problem and still exists today. We started dealing with this problem around 2.5 years ago already, because we realized that a lot of users did not know where the loan was coming from. They were not able to sign the agreements. We started realizing these issues when we started working with some digital lending apps at how they're functioning. So, and being a regulated entity, it was very important for us to make sure that if tomorrow RBI asks us, RBI will not pull up the lending entities because lending apps, because they are not regulated. They will pull up the regulated entity. So we wanted to make sure that everything is above board. So whichever app we were working with, we made sure that the end user knows, so they would get a message, they would get an alert that this is what you'll see on your CIBIL, you're borrowing from this company, please sign this, these are the charges and so on. And this thing, so RBI has been doing this digital lending exercise for the past 2.5 years. There was a case of Chinese lending app in Hyderabad. Since before that. So they informed us much in advance that this is what their expectation is, that the end user and borrower should know what all charges they are paying. So we made sure that the end borrower knows in the agreement or whichever partner we are working with that you need to give an alert. And then even on a call, we would tell the user, even if it's a 10,000 rupee loan, this is what your cost is. The problem is a lot of people still didn't understand what exactly they are paying. But on an overall scale, I understand where RBI is coming from. But the population which is paying that much, most of the times they don't care unless and until they really become cash strapped.
Got it. Thank you, Bhuvan. Sanjeev, if you want to add something very quickly and then we'll wrap it up.
Just to add, I mean, we are also a regulated entity. We have an NBFC license of our own, and we also disclose all charges upfront. I still remember early on when we were doing payments, digital payments, pre-demonetization, there was this one customer from IIT Bombay who said, आप तो बोले थे पर 12 पैसा कम आया. So no, we have a proper reconciliation and a proper messaging so that whatever we disclose upfront, we only charge that.
Thank you. So at IvyCap, we are in habit of creating dragons, and I hope we can create more from our panel here. Thank you very much for your time, and big round of applause for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much, panelists, for sharing your insights. It was really interesting and nice to hear our entrepreneurs speak highly about regulations. Time for group photograph. Can we also have the token of appreciation for our panelists, please? I can already see some happy faces. Yes, it's lunchtime now. We'll now break for lunch, which is being served in the lobby outside. I hope you all enjoy your lunch, and we'll meet again sharp at 2 p.m. for the further discussions. Also, please feel free to post event feeds on social media using hashtag IvyCap Day 2022. Thank you.
Thank you.